Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell. Apologize for being a little bit long on setting this up. January 7th is today. We're going to be doing a live stream on YouTube. We're also doing a live stream on Rumble. Rumble is the dashboard of the telemetry of the market. So I'm going to go over the market. I'm also going to plug some products. We're going to go over the news. I did a recording on what's going on with the cold season, so watch that. I'll be publishing that after this video or stream. So, but I did do a spaces. Again, I'm going to be doing X spaces on this show. Set that up. You can do a call-in. You know the drill. So it's a great way to participate. You can watch the live stream on YouTube, on Rumble for the dashboard, or both versions on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So with that, let me just plug just a couple products to help support my work here. It's really important to boost up your immune system. All right, we're in a season where there is a surge of cases, and it's important to boost up your immune system. There's lots of ways to do that, and I provide many different solutions. All right, let me start with the deodorants. All right, I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we have developed these deodorants. It's citrus version and the peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. Now you would say, how does this help me? Well, it's a dual purpose product. Right? It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas, very high quality. Has no aluminum, no baking soda. Very high quality deodorants for males and females. But the other aspect to this is that it'll help to detoxify your body. And when you detoxify your body, you're improving your endocrine system and you're improving your immune system. So please get these deodorants. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. Go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos, and get the great deodorants that I offer. Make sure you use discount 5. Discount, all caps, and the number 5, and you'll be able to get $5 off. Because we're in the cold season, you should be getting lozenges and drops. I have Manuka honey lozenges and also elderberry zinc lozenges in a 21 count. And you can also get cherry structural nano silver drops in a 100 count. The reason why you want to get the lozenges or the drops for your household is that the moment you have an irritation, either during the cold season or during the allergy season, you want to take it, mitigate that irritation, maintain that mucosal barrier. Really important to get it right away. All right, and then when your mouth is dry and you need secretions because of mucus buildup or whatever, this is a great way to mitigate the problem. All right, so go to the store, go to the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. Get the structural nano silver drops and the structural nano silver lozenges that I offer. Get a couple bags for your household. You're going to need it for the surge in cases. I also have structural nano silver soap. You can get charcoal tea tree. Get a couple bars for your household. They're very high quality. I use the structural nano silver soap every day. And because we're in a season where there's a surge because of the holidays and all that, December and January, I said we're going to be problematic, and that's exactly what's happening in the news. So a great way to mitigate the problem for your household or people that you associate at work or in school or whatever is to get the structural nano silver gel. Now, I have 2 different types. I have it in the tube form or in the easy to use dispenser form. Okay, they're both high quality. You use it the exact same way. It's dual purpose. You can use it as a skincare. You can apply it on your skin, let's say at night, and then exfoliate in the morning. You'll notice your skin is clearer and tighter. You can apply it on a wound. It'll heal the wound quicker and keep it clean. And you can use it during the cold season. Put it around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears. Lightly coat your nostrils. put it on your hands. It stays active for 5 hours, 5.5 hours. All right? So these are very high quality products. You should have a couple of these in your household just when you need them. And again, you know, if you get a cut, put the gel on it. If you get an abrasion or, you know, some sort of irritation or, right? Or even after shaving, you know, like for guys, after you shave, applying the gel on your face after you shave actually soothes it. Same thing with women that are shaving their legs. It'll soothe, you know, right after you shave. So it's a dual purpose. These are dual purpose products, all right? Very high quality. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver gels and use it during the cold season. All right, with that said, I wanted to cover the market. The market has opened up. It's 10:36 at the moment. So the S&P 500 is at 5,948. VIX is trading at 1731, so it's a little bit of risk, but not too much. The Euro USD is trading at 1.037, so dollar is strong. Oil is trading at 74.21, so $74.20 a barrel. Bitcoin ETF BITO is trading at 23.85. So today Bitcoin is down, and the USD Japanese yen is trading at 158.0. So dollar is relatively stronger compared to the euro, to the Japanese yen, and to Bitcoin for today. And the equity market, there's a little bit of pressure going on during intraday trading today. So let's cover the news. Anything can happen. Some of the big stuff that happened in the news is you had the case in Louisiana for the H5N1. The person passed away. President Carter's funeral procession took place, and he is in state at the Carter Center. I think he's being transported to Washington, D.C. I think that's today. I think he gets buried on the 9th. So, lots happening for him. Let me just, before I play a video, I just want to make a statement. There's some counties that were not lowering the flag in honor of President Carter. You don't lower the flag for honoring a president. You lower the flag for honoring you don't, let me rephrase this. You don't lower the flag to honor an ex-president. You lower the flag to honor the office of the presidency. So when people don't lower the flag, you're disrespecting the office of the presidency. And it's wrong. Even if someone didn't like a particular president, I don't like Obama. I thought Carter was a terrible president. He's not the worst president, because I think Biden's the worst president. But Carter was probably the second worst president in my lifetime. But the thing is that I would never not lower the flag for an ex-president and their passing. Why? Because it's about God, country, and family. How can you have an affinity to country if you disrespect its institutions? Now, that doesn't mean that those institutions don't need to be held accountable. They need to be held accountable, for sure. All right? And there's nefarious things that happen in these institutions, at the judicial branch, the legislative branch, and even the executive branch. But the thing is that we try to reach an ideal. And that ideal is respecting rule of law and the office. And when a county decides, I'm not going to lower a flag because they don't like that president or whatever, That's disrespectful to the presidency. Now, some people would say they didn't want to lower the flag because they didn't like the ex-president Carter, and they didn't like the optics of it being lowered during the inauguration for Donald J. Trump. It's independent of Donald J. Trump and if you like Carter or not. Lowering the flag is showing respect for the office of the presidency. Period. Full stop. It was wrong for city council people to say that they weren't going to lower the flag. With that said, all right, let's continue. Let's play this oil drill banning that was being signed by Biden, which is just going to get reversed.
Biden announcing a last-minute ban.
Hold on, let me switch the mic here. Or speakers.
Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, which means Trump.
Okay, let's play it. Sorry about that. Let me set this up.
Welcome back. President Biden announcing a last-minute ban on new offshore gas and oil drilling across 625 million acres of U.S. coastal territory. This happening just 2 weeks before President-elect Trump takes office. Biden invoking the 1953 Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, which means Trump will need congressional authority to reverse this move. Trump blasted the move yesterday. Watch.
It's ridiculous. I'll unban it immediately. I will unban it. I have the right to unban it immediately. What's he doing? Why is he doing it? He doesn't even know what 625 million acres would look like. And we can't let that happen to our country. It's really our greatest economic asset. And we're not going to let that happen to our country.
You know, the thing is that you have a lot of activity going on in the Biden administration where they're trying to Trump-proof it because they have certain agenda with gender dysphoria or with energy policy or with funding Ukraine, many different things. They're trying to create roadblocks for Trump. All right? The thing is, if you're gonna be using executive orders to try to hamstring certain incoming presidents, guess what? You're gonna be able to use executive orders to unravel it. And to say something and then to have it be fought in court and then find out that, you know what, this is an overreach by the executive branch. This is, going back to what I was saying about respecting the office of the presidency, right? Biden and his administration is trying to disrespect President Trump or the incoming President Trump, second term, disrespecting the incoming president. And by doing so, you're disrespecting the office of the presidency. You have Biden just disrespected the office of the presidency. Now, Trump has disrespected the office of the presidency. We don't have to go into the details about it. So has Clinton. So, the thing is that the will of the people at the ballot box said they wanted certain things done. Right? They wanted change and they wanted Trump's policies pushed through. When you look at the aggregate. And now you have a ultra-lib administration trying to create roadblocks for the incoming president. They don't like it. They don't want you to have, the Biden administration doesn't want you to be dominant in energy production. And if you were dominant in energy production and we're exporting LNG to Europe, don't you think that that's going to be beneficial for the tax base? Don't you think that that's going to help bring down our national debt? Don't you think that it's going to help with our import-export imbalance? Don't you think that having more energy production will lower the costs of energy in the United States? Why would the Biden administration not want you to do that? Why would the ultra-liberals not want you to do that? Because there's many ultra-libs that have positioned themselves personally in green energy companies, and that they are going to tank. Green energy is going to tank under a Trump administration. BlackRock has aligned themselves with ESG. BlackRock has aligned themselves with a green policy. So many people are going to be losing money because of this shift to, you know what, drill baby drill policy. So this is ridiculous. And it's another example of overreach by the executive branch using executive orders. There's just way too much being done with you, and then you fight it in court, and eventually, you know, it usually gets knocked down. All right, but there's too much use of these executive orders. So the country is moving towards drill baby drill. Energy should be going down. Exports should be going up from the United States. And I think it's a win-win for everybody. Well, people would say, why do we need more production of energy? Doesn't it hurt the environment? All of the carbon emissions that you try to reduce by reducing the use of fossil fuels for 5 years is to waste with just one volcanic eruption. I bet if you compute the data, depending on the size of the eruption, that the carbon emissions savings of green energy, even for 10 years, could be completely wiped out with a mid-sized volcanic eruption. So does it really make any sense? Because I'm pretty sure no matter what you do with an executive order, you can't stop volcanic eruptions. I'm pretty sure about that. This whole ESG policy is stupid.
Louisiana Attorney General Liz Murrill. AG, thanks very much for being here this morning. You've been threatening a federal lawsuit over this drilling ban. You wrote this on X. After 4 years of incompetence and bureaucratic reign by D.C. over the American people, Joe Biden's parting gift is to attack America's energy independence. This is a direct threat to our national security and the hardworking men and women of the country. So, AG, where are you on this lawsuit?
Well, we're drafting the lawsuit as we speak, and we
See what I said? It's just going to be fought in court. All right. And remember that strategic reserve that we bought all that oil at such a low price during the Trump administration? And what did Biden do? Oh my God, energy costs are too high because of his inflation. And he sold the strategic reserve to China. Guess what? Just about everything when it comes to the Biden administration seems to be aligning with the Chinese. Now, I wonder why that is. Is it because it's pay to play with Hunter Biden? And, you know, now because he has the pardon, the very wide sweeping pardon, our country is under attack by the ultra liberals. Just, because I'm a Detroiter, right? I know a lot about automotive and machines and oil and all this. That's what lets the American economy grow. You stop that. You stop manufacturing, you stop engineering. I mean, I'm not talking software engineering, I'm talking about real engineering, right? If you stop the production of fossil fuel extraction, you're going to hamper the economy. 100% sure on that. You can't get the energy densities from any other source other than nuclear. But that's not safe. And it's sure as hell not easy to dispose when the plant and all of its material, what do you do with all the radioactive material? Not just the material from the plant core, but the gloves and the boots and all the gear, all the hardware. It's all radioactive. How do you get rid of it? Yeah, it's clean. It's clean energy. Yeah, right. Guess what? You can clean up an oil spill. You can't clean up effectively a radioactive spill.
To file it as soon as possible. You know, it's just another strike at America's energy independence, and it's really irresponsible, and I think it's even vindictive.
So what do you think will happen? I mean, you're going to file a lawsuit against who? The Biden administration?
Well, we'll sue the Biden administration, and then that will convert to the Trump administration as the defendant as soon as there's a change in administrations. But, you know, I'm confident that President Trump is going to work to reverse this. And, you know, but we can't stop, we can't wait for that to happen. We have to sue and try to block this action now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it looks like, you know, Trump just said that I'll unban it, but it's not going to be that easy, is it?
It's not that easy. We've been through this before with the Obama administration, and we've been through it with acreage up in Alaska. And we know that there will be environmental groups that are going to try and intervene in these lawsuits and block the reversal of this policy. So we just have to prepare for the fight.
Yeah. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, meanwhile, visited New Orleans yesterday to honor the victims of the New Year's Day terrorist attack, mourning 14 people killed on Bourbon Street last week. Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry is now pushing Biden to issue a disaster declaration. Meanwhile, consulting firm Interfor International filed a report back in 2019 finding, quote, politics and bickering hindered security in New Orleans, French Quarter. They strongly recommended bollard mobilization on Bourbon Street to be fixed immediately, AJ. You're ordering the Louisiana Bureau of Investigation to open a full review of security plans from New Year's Eve and the Sugar Bowl. What is this review going to look at, and what is your instinct here? What happened?
You know, I think it's going to dissect everything that led up to this event, all of the planning, all of the organizational, you know, subdivisions and agencies and operations in New Orleans that were involved or not involved, that maybe should have been involved. And then we're going to see where that takes us. But, you know, this is not the only event that we've seen happen in New Orleans. I think we've got to look at the problems there holistically and see what kind of dysfunction is occurring and then fix it. And the governor is committed to doing that, and I'm committed to doing that.
Well, I mean, what a report, Joe Borelli. Politics and bickering actually affecting national security, and now this.
Yeah, look, at my day job, I chair the National Forum of Republican Mayors and Council Members, and one thing I can say is pretty universal across the board is that cities take a great deal of pride in ensuring security is sort of, you know, top of their list as far as what they're doing. Reading this report, I mean, it is clear that there is some real fundamental problems with New Orleans government. Are you concerned that it goes beyond just politics bickering? Are you concerned that there's been corruption over the years that caused these local decision makers to enact some of the changes they made?
You know, it's hard to say. That's why we're going to do a top to bottom review. It's possible that we would uncover some issues along those lines in certain areas, and it's possible that it's just lack of coordination, lack of a sense, possibly a sense of complacency that had set in. You know, I'm going to look at every aspect of this, and we're not going to be shy about identifying all of the problems. And there's already been lawsuits that have been filed, so that process would occur anyway. I just think it needs to happen from government officials that are in a position to do something about it.
Well, I mean, politics seems to have laced everything in this administration. I mean, AG, what are you going to find out with this lawsuit against the drilling ban? What are you looking to find? Was that politics as well?
Absolutely,
it
that's
was.
politics, and you know, it's just kind of while they're packing their bags and getting ready to move out of the Oval Office, they want to, you know, kick the Trump administration on their way out the door. And you know, we're going to do everything we can to reverse the policy. We support President Trump, and we know that he has been a great defender of energy independence in America, and Louisiana certainly has been a fighter against some very bad Biden administration policies over the last 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, I just, you know, talk to us about.
The Biden administration literally wants to destroy America. That's not hyperbole. It's literal.
Why this is the wrong move for the Biden administration? Is this just to make things tougher for President Trump coming in, or is there just a real ideology against drilling in America that Joe Biden holds?
Oh, I think it's both of those things. You know, no doubt there has been, you know, extreme hostility to the oil and gas industry from the beginning of this administration. All you have to do is look at the very first executive orders that were issued, and that hostility has been pervasive. The president promised that he would attack the oil and gas industry, and he would use the entirety of the federal government to do it, and he kept that promise. And so, yeah, I think a lot of this is hostility to oil and gas. But I also think that it is hostility toward the Trump administration, and to make it very hard as possible as they can for the administration to come in and reverse these policies.
Wow, what political games, unbelievable. AG, thanks very much. We'll be watching this develop. We appreciate your time. AG Liz Merrill
Thanks for
joining
having
us
me.
this morning. Thank you.
All right. Oh, this is interesting. Zuckerberg admits Biden administration pushed for censorship online. This was 2 hours ago from Fox News.
A Fox News alert. Just moments ago, Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, announcing a commitment to free speech online and a shift away from censoring all of us.
And that's why it's been so difficult over the past 4 years when even the US government has pushed for censorship. By going after us and other American companies, it has emboldened other governments to go even further. But now we have the opportunity to restore free expression, and I am excited to take it.
The company admitting that they were pressured into it over the last 4 years.
And he was reading from a cue card. Now, you know, you listen to me because I give you unique perspectives, and sometimes it's a little off the wall, but I'm usually right. Now, isn't it odd that we have in the news something called HMPV, all right? That's metapneumovirus, metapneumovirus. Isn't it interesting that meta, you're gonna hear a lot about meta, trust me. Meta, interesting. There's also, I think, a tie to meta Kabbalistically, Metatron. You know, and we're moving into the age of Aquarius and all this. He didn't just change the name of the company because it was some marketing scheme, because it was a larger company and it did more. It's much more deeper than that.
Under the Biden administration, Fox News contributor Jonathan Turley joins us now. Hey, Jonathan, thanks for joining us.
Hi, Ainsley.
Hi, what is your reaction to this, and why do you think they're doing this now?
Well, that's the most interesting aspect of this story. I just wrote a book, The Indispensable Right, that talks about Facebook, Meta, and the social media companies. And we all love a redemptive sinner. It's just that it would be great if that occurred before you were caught. And we have a great deal of information now that does not really support the argument by Zuckerberg that they were unwilling partners forced into this by the Biden administration.
Exactly.
They resisted calls from many of us for years to join Elon Musk, to reveal, for example, the Facebook files, which they resisted.
Exactly.
They fought at every stage not to be transparent, and that finally collapsed. Now, that criticism aside, this is an important moment. Musk has been out there taking these slings and arrows throughout this process. As the only social media company that went full in on free speech. Zuckerberg would be a powerful ally. It would be a wonderful change. Facebook funded a really creepy campaign years ago, trying to get young people to embrace what they call content moderation, what some of us call censorship. And it really failed in a spectacular fashion. It would be great if Zuckerberg...
Please watch my episode 69, all right? Telemetry, episode 69. It isn't published yet. I'm going to be publishing it today. I recorded it. I did do a spaces on X on it. But I go into detail about the problems with social media and the entanglement of good and evil. Now, Shark Eyes, Zuckerberg, all right? Everything about him is evil. There's an evilness to the core. Facebook was a stolen piece of property that he ended up acquiring and being able to build out. He's about taking people's information and monetizing it so he can be a billionaire. He's about trying to get your genomic information. Why do you think Meta looks like kind of like DNA and protein? Because he's invested in genomic data and harnessing that to being able to make a profit. To know your particular genomic information to sell to pharmaceutical companies for precision medicine or whatever, or to find what diseases that they could target. If you don't believe me, he said it in a speech when he was given his honorary doctorate degree at Harvard. Just roll the tape. Trust me. Trust me. And you got Meta and this new logo, and now he's trying to make it seem as though he's for freedom of expression and he's for constitutional rights. He's playing. He's the type of person that takes a look, where's the wind blowing, and then he adjusts course. But it's not based on principle. It's not based on principle. That person does not have a principled bone in his body. It's all about profit and power. And then do you find it odd that he has now curly hair, a little bit longer, has a little bit more muscle now? They're trying to rebrand him a little bit. You notice that? So you rebrand the company as Meta, that has a connection to Metatron. You have the new logo that has kind of like a protein look to it. It's kind of infinity. It also has the Oculus kind of front part of the Oculus. You can view it as kind of like some sort of goggles. But it has like that DNA shape to it. Double-stranded. There's a loop to it. I'm telling you, Zuckerberg is an evil person. Evil to the core. But he's trying to like show some charisma. Trump is in, in the news and is in power, and if he aligns himself just right, he'll benefit because the winds have blown differently. But Zuckerberg, was fundamental in the problems that we had in the 2020 election. Remember the ballot drop-off boxes? Who do you think funded all that? Zuckerberg. I'm telling you, Meta is Metatron.
Could join Musk and create this powerful alliance for free speech.
Well, Joel Kaplan, he is Meta's Chief Global Affairs Officer. He was on with us, and this is what he said. I'll play a clip, and then we'll get your reaction on the other side.
There's no question that there's an opportunity here with a new president taking office, as I said, who really believes in free expression. And that's just going to give us the space to get back to those values that Mark has talked about for a long. Mark gave a big speech 6 years ago at Georgetown about free expression, about these values. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of political and societal pressure.
Literally. I'm not speaking in hyperbole. Literally. Facebook, because of censoring people, killed people. That's literal. Because they censored people during the crisis in 2020, the 2020 crisis, and the years after. By censoring people, people died.
Here and around the world that have pushed away from those values. We've got a real opportunity to reset, get back to them. There's a real opportunity here with President Trump coming into office with his commitment to free expression for us to get back to those values and really provide space for people to have the kind of discourse and debate they want to have.
Will it work, Jonathan?
No.
Well, when I heard that, and this was a great interview on Fox, it was really sent a chill up my spine because it made me wonder, what if Trump wasn't elected?
Exactly.
What if this was the Harris administration? I wrote a column earlier that the Biden administration was the most anti-free speech administration since John Adams. But Kamala Harris promised to outdo that. And you really wonder, hearing that interview, what they would have done if, in fact, the election came out differently. The public spoke very loudly. And so that's the reason I'm hoping, regardless of the motivation, regardless of the fact that it's belated, we need help. This is the largest anti-free speech movement in the history of our country. I talk about that in the book. It's sweeping over Europe. Free speech is collapsing in Europe. This is going to be the line of defense for free speech. We're it. We stop.
That's right. He's right about that. So in my episode 69, that hasn't been published yet, but it will be today, I talk about, this entanglement and hate that's being grown in social media and lack of freedoms, right? There's a metaphysical component to this. And I'm telling you, it's not by accident that Facebook, think about this. Think about it. I know this is metaphysical and it's off the wall, but Facebook, just the term, Facebook, it's about meism. It's about egocentric. The selfie generation. Facebook, right? But also, it's, by rebranding it, it's more aligning, not just, so it's got a core of theft and of egoism, but then it's moving into a more sinister realm through Metatron. In this fight between good and evil with the entanglement. All right? Now, this is a thought that I've had for a while, but if you really think about how the internet works, it's a bunch of servers with some software. and lots of cable. And those cables that get put into those routers and modems and servers, you know, a Cat5 cable, right? And what does a Cat5 cable look like? It has a long body that snakes around, and at the end, looks like little fangs, and they snap into a port, and you hear a click, and it's almost as if the snake is biting into the server or into the port, right? And you have all of these little snakes connected. This is the entanglement of good and evil. Could you use these social solutions for good? Yeah. But many people are turning evil, where the social dynamics are poor now. Crime is up. Being able to converse logically is going down. People's IQs are going down. I mean, the screen times that people have and the electromagnetic frequency and the colors that are coming off the screens are putting you into a lower state brainwave. That's not hyperbole. That's real. And there's this entanglement of good and evil that's taking place. Right? So now someone made someone posted here talking about medical meta-analysis. Well, that's definitely happening. I mean, in the industry, we do need medical metadata analysis, you know, for sure. I mean, that's how we can do precision medicine. But the thing is that, to get back to the point I'm making, is that Facebook and Zuckerberg, the core of it is evil. It's evil. It's the core of it. When something starts from evil, no matter how much you try to spin it as good, it's still, the core is evil. And it has to be destroyed. Facebook cannot stay. For mankind to reach better heights, what has to happen is that many things have to happen, but one really important feature is Facebook needs to die. It needs to die as a company. Meta needs to die as a company. Why is Zuckerberg a billionaire? Taking your information and monetizing it to marketers for you to buy crap that you really don't need. The core is evil.
Here, or it doesn't get stopped.
And look what's happening in Canada. The liberal ideals are not working. We saw that yesterday with Trudeau stepping down, and now the Conservatives winning by a landslide. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for coming on. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Ainsley.
You're welcome.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And
Now,
click
on
here to subscribe to the...
Bloomberg, on Bloomberg, they have an announcement where Meta cuts fact checkers, says content moderation went too far. All right, so let's continue on with this topic here on CNN. This was published 1 hour ago.
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now. You've got to make sure you're covered. I'm talking about it.
Right, breaking news just moments ago.
Before I do this, I need to plug some products. Please help support my work and your health, all right? These are products that I use as my health protocol, all right, to improve my endocrine system, improve my immune system, to slow down the aging process and to be healthy and have vitality, all right? I have 2 products on my store that you really need to use to start on the journey of good health. A good gut biome is really important. Many diseases, many chronic problems in the United States start at the gut. Use a good probiotic and get healthy, all right? I have it in a powder form, which is the one that I take with a soft food like hummus. You can mix it with filtered water, it's up to you. Or a veggie cap version. Both are very high quality. You take it every day, and what it'll do is it'll repopulate your gut with good gut bacteria and allow for you to digest foods better, to be able to absorb the nutrients, to reduce inflammation, improve the gut mucosal layer. So it's going to improve your immune system. You're going to have better mental acuity, and you're going to have better mood. In addition, your liver is going to perform better. And your liver is a major detoxification organ, right? You need a healthy liver, trust me. People that don't have healthy livers die, okay? So you need a healthy liver. So get a good gut biome. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotic powdered version or the VeggieCap version. Both are very high quality. Go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. Just to remind everybody that's watching the live streams on Rumble or YouTube, I also have X Spaces up, so if you want to do a live call-in, tell me your opinion. This is supposed to be interactive. Please do that. Another product that I have on my store that is really high quality, and guess what? Something that you probably need since, we're, bombarded with chemicals and toxins and everything, is to take zeolite. Zeolite detoxifies your body. You can do this on a daily basis or just detoxify your body once or twice a year. It's up to you. But what this will do is remove heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals, including PFAS. That's the forever chemicals. It's a little harder to get rid of the PFAS, and you need to be more continuous with your detoxification, but it can be done. All right? Zeolite, once it binds to the toxin, allows you to urinate it out in 6 to 8 hours. You take 2 small drops underneath your tongue if you're going to take it every day throughout the year. 2 small drops underneath your tongue, drink filtered water. In addition, if you want to just take it once or twice a year, then take about 4 or 5 drops underneath your tongue. Small drops. Drink the filtered water, do that once a day until the bottle's done, and do that once or twice a year. It's up to you. But continuous use, maintenance use, is really important. All right? It performs better. So, zeolite, detoxify your body. Why? There's chemicals in your food, there's chemicals in your water, there's chemicals in your air. There's even chemicals because of just normal household cleaning supplies. All right? People don't think about this. What's in your, let's say, cupboard, or what's in your closet, right, for cleaning? Certain types of chemicals get into the air, or when you spray it in your house, you're breathing it in, and it's causing disruption to your endocrine system or your immune system. And you need to get that out of your system. The stuff that they spray on lawns or in the air, you breathe that in. It's a toxin. It gets into your bloodstream and eventually gets into your cells. A lot of times it gets into adipose tissue. And this is part of the reason why when people start to lose some weight, they start not feeling so well, because the toxins are being released out of the fat cells. So you got to get that out of your bloodstream. All right? Great way to do that is to take zeolite. So please, just take my advice. I'm very accurate on this. All right? Take zeolite, get the toxins out of your body, make sure you filter your water, and make sure you stop eating processed foods. Because the processed foods and the foods that you buy at the store with a high shelf life, they have a lot of preservatives, a lot of chemicals in it that your body doesn't want and doesn't need. So please go to my store and get the zeolite. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com, and if you want to do a call-in, make sure you go through X Spaces for my X channel and just request for the mic.
Facebook announced it is getting rid of fact checkers and also making major changes to what content is allowed. This is just the latest move as Facebook's parent company Meta and founder Mark Zuckerberg work to...
Don't you think it's a little too late? Since we already have 1 million plus people dead from the crisis? And that death toll is even higher when you include other injuries from things that people had to take during the crisis. Zuckerberg literally, because of censorship, killed American citizens.
publicly win favor with Donald Trump.
The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech. So we're going to get back to our roots and focus on reducing...
Let me get this straight. It took an election for Zuckerberg to come to some sort of epiphany that freedom of speech is important in the United States. This boy went to Harvard. He dropped out, made a lot of money, all right, but he's not done. He isn't about constitutional freedoms. He's not about God, country, and family. The ethos of his company that gave him all the wealth that he has, it's tied to evil. The core of it is theft. He doesn't represent constitutional freedoms. He never did. He never did. It's not in the business model. Show me on the slide deck that he was showing the venture capitalists when they were investing in Facebook that they were constitutionalists. I guarantee you it wasn't there. He's all bullshit. And now that the winds have changed and he's on the wrong side and he has to switch. He's a turncoat. He's a turncoat. If this took place during the revolution, you know what he would have been doing? He would have been fighting against Washington. He would have been part of the redcoats. And then once Washington won, the Americans won the revolution and kick out the British, and then he would go, "Oh, George Washington, I love America." This boy was for the king. He wasn't for constitutional rights.
Policies and restoring free expression on our platforms. More specifically, here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to get rid of fact checkers and replace them with community notes similar to X, starting in the US. We tried in good faith to address those concerns.
So basically, first of all, fact checkers with the community notes, it's kind of similar. It's maybe a little bit more dumbed down, but it's very similar. And X is kicking their ass. So the shareholders and the board is going, "Hey, Zuckerberg, X is kicking our ass. What are you going to do?" "Well, maybe we should copy X." Guess what? People that are all about theft, people that have the core of their business is theft, they only copy. They don't innovate.
But the fact checkers have just been too politically biased and have destroyed more trust than they've created, especially in the US.
Wow. Getting rid of fact checkers, and Claire Duffy, you can see her right here, is here with us now. So what's going on here?
Yeah, John, this is a major reversal. Let's not forget that the reason that Facebook and Meta introduced this third-party fact-checking system in the first place was because it was accused of allowing foreign actors to spread disinformation and discord around American political elections.
The national security state always first goes to someone in power, either in power in social media or in Congress or whatever. They always pull their a foreign actor card first. What happened with Trump with the fake dossier? Foreign actor involvement. And then Lindsey Graham goes, "Well, we're going to have to investigate." And then when they found out that it was fake dossier, then Lindsey Graham had to change with the wind and align himself with Trump. Lindsey Graham is another one you got to watch out for. for different reasons. I mean, Lady Graham. All right? So you got the national security state during the COVID age, during the crisis in 2020, going to social media platforms saying misinformation must be foreign actors. Censor them with no basis. And this is why I keep on saying that the national security state needs to be dismantled. And these people that were running them need to be prosecuted because they caused harm. Because they took away your constitutional freedoms. I'm still fighting the reach in the censorship on YouTube. And it's been 5 years.
Now the company is saying it is getting rid of those third-party fact-checkers and will introduce this system called Community Notes, which is something that Elon Musk has also rolled out on X. It lets users add user-generated context labels to posts, but you're relying on users to do that and to bring in the information.
Now, on my episode 69, that's not published yet, that will be, today, I also talk about how AI has gotten to a point where you can't even trust anything anymore. Anything that's generated, a video, a picture, text. And it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get to a point where you can't believe anything unless you're talking to the individual face to face. And if they say some fact, then the only thing you can trust is old documentation that's been printed. But no one goes to the library anymore, and no one reads. So that's going to be a problem. But, so, community notes. Who's making them? Is it an AI? Because guess what? It's getting pretty damn good. You don't know. Whatever they say. This is lipstick on a pig. You still are going to be censored. You're still going to have reach issues. Their algorithms, just because you can post something doesn't mean anything. If they bring down your subscribers, if they reduce you on some sort of request list, or not a request list, but a suggestive list on these social media for your followers or other people that are not following you, if their algorithm is designed in such a way where you're not in the suggested list category, you don't have reach. So the AI generates the community notes, and you still don't have reach. But Zuckerberg makes a few more $1 billion because of a PR campaign. But again, you got to go to the core. He started from theft. And the only way to get out of this is the absolute, complete destruction of Facebook. Them trying to prop it up with a new name, trying to prop it up with different, PR campaigns and all this, isn't going to get rid of the core of the company. It's theft. And Zuckerberg is tied at the hip to that.
On Fox and Friends by Joel Kaplan, who was one of the company's top Republicans just last week. We talked about he was elevated to the company's top policy job. Here's how he described the system.
And so somebody can write a note, and then the way it works is different people on the platform can sort of vote on that note. And if you get people who usually disagree, who all say, yeah, that sounds right, then that note gets put on the post and people see it. X has been doing.
Now let's think about this for a sec. That sounds like democracy. But is democracy good? Or is a constitutional republic better? Democracy basically means, in its purest sense, that the majority decides. But if the majority thinks that taking away property from a certain group of people is right, then the majority wins. in a democracy. So you really don't have property rights in a democracy. But in a constitutional republic, where your property rights are guaranteed, independent on what the majority thinks, that seems to be a better system. See what I mean? You can't fix Facebook. The core is theft. The core is theft. You can't fix Facebook, no matter what. So we're just gonna have people vote on the community note, and if the majority agrees, then we'll post it. So if your channel is getting attacked by ultra libs and you're a conservative, don't you think the majority of the people that are reading your content are going to say, oh, that's incorrect? So fast forward to, or rewind, I should say, rewind to 2020. Let's assume this policy was instituted during 2020. And people were posting and trying to warn people about how to improve their health and what to stay away from, while the government was saying something different. And your channel is attacked by a bunch of government agents or people that have aligned themselves to the government policy, even though the government policy is harming you. So basically, you're being run through. If people are, there's going to be this battle between quote truthers and this ultra lib thing that's going on in social media. So there's going to be more infighting. There's going to be more people arguing and hating each other, and this idea of this entanglement between good and evil. Social media will be worse, not better off. On top of, well, what happens if there's a bunch of AI bots that are doing this and there's no human being on the other end? You don't know. There's no way you would know. Crazy. It's crazy. This is a PR stunt because their stock's dropping.
For a while, we think it's working really well, and we're going to adopt that system. So
Meta also is announcing a number of other changes to its moderation practices. It's going to scale back some of the automatic filters that catch bad content. It says it will keep that for things like terrorism, child sexual exploitation, but for lower severity violations, it's going to ask users to report those before it evaluates them.
So let's rewind back to 2020. If this policy was instituted. So if someone's trying to warn you that a certain platform from a certain company doesn't test properly before they put it in people's bodies, and you try to warn the public, it might get filtered because it doesn't go with the grain of what the government wants. And they just slap on, well, that just doesn't seem to coincide with what the CDC and the FDA want you to say. That's a problem. Especially when it's supposed to be freedom of speech and truth prevails. But if truth is censored, it can't prevail.
It's also moving one of its key safety teams from California to Texas. Again, an effort to sort of appeal to perhaps users in that part of the country. And Zuckerberg said that this is going to allow more bad things to make it onto the platform. He acknowledged that, but he said it will help with free expression.
A couple points I want to make here. Number one, Joel Kaplan announced that on Fox News. Again, everything very public, unsubtle, I think, what Meta is doing here. And I think they would perhaps admit to that. I don't think they would run away from that. And the New York Times reporting that the Trump administration got a heads up about this policy shift beforehand. So again, seems to be part of this larger,
There is a shift to try to align with Trump, but that will change once he gets out of office. And there's a backdoor for the national security state based on the changes that are going on with Facebook. There's still a backdoor for the national security state. And I personally believe the national security state needs to go away. It's too big, it's too funded, it's eroding constitutional freedoms, yada, yada, yada. And Zuckerberg literally is evil. He literally is the human form. He's literally the human form of Jaws. Remember Jaws back in the 70s? You know, the big fish that ate people. All right? Zuckerberg is literally the human form of Jaws. Just look at the eyes. Just look at his eyes.
Yeah, and Kaplan he acknowledge that it was in part because of this change in administration that they are making these changes. He said that over the last 4 years, the company feels like it's experienced pressure to crack down on more content, and that the Trump administration offers them an opportunity to pull back a bit there. So he is acknowledging it. I will note too, the company announced yesterday that it's adding 3 new board members, including UFC CEO Dana White, who we know is a Trump supporter. He was stumping for Trump on the campaign trail. So it does feel like this broader shift at the company.
Completely unsubtle. All right, Claire Duffy, thank you very much.
Meta has announced this morning that it's making major changes to its content moderation on Facebook and Instagram. Mark Zuckerberg is saying they're getting rid of fact checkers, replacing them with user-generated community notes, which is similar to what we know Elon Musk has done with X. The way Mark Zuckerberg puts it in his announcement was that he says the fact checkers were too politically biased, and he's now attempting to restore free expression. The New York Times is reporting, Congressman, the Trump administration got a heads up.
You can still have community note posts that are politically biased, because they said that the majority wins if it gets posted or not. So it's a democracy, but you can have more libtards attacking a conservative channel on top of the AI. I'm telling you, this is going to be this is opening up the door for community node generated AI. That's what's going. This is where this is going.
This move. What do you think of this?
Look, it's the lack of profiles and courage. Would Zuckerberg do this if Trump had lost the election?
No,
is this just an
absolutely
attempt,
not.
Blatantly trying to appease the president going in so he's not attacked? Let's just remember in 2017, the entire intelligence community said that the Russians attacked through social media our democratic process, and they did it to help the Trump campaign. So social media is an extraordinary weapon against our democracy. There's a balance to protect our First Amendment rights. But when you take away the guardrails and you see the far-right connections here, it's a great concern.
So what can you do about, I'll say, the Elon Muskitization of the federal government, if that's the direction it's going? Not elected, not going into the government. What direction is this heading?
Look, what we could do is...
Well, if it's unfettered posts or fair commentary through the community notes, then it means we, the people, actually have a say. And because there is some sort of connection in a community to show that there is some problem with a certain policy. For example, look at what was going on with the omnibus bill, the 1,500 plus pages that no one can read. All right? If you have a community dividing it out and looking at the fine details and complaining about it, then we, the people, can sound off to our representatives in Congress. So it shifts the power away from K Street. But we can't do that because CNN makes a lot of money on the advertising dollars from the companies that are represented by K Street. So they just want to keep the status quo to make sure that the lobbying group has the ear of your representative and not you. That's what's going on. Oh. So Elon is so dangerous because we, the people, are so dangerous.
Just draw attention to what he's done and the fact that obviously he wasn't elected and how this impacts him. When we took out in that first bill, the disaster relief, all we could do was communicate with the American people how much it would cost each state in disaster relief. That had to get put back in the next bill, and it did. But that's all we could do is communicate directly with the American people and our colleagues and hope that they understand Mr. Musk, while wealthy, is not particularly intelligent about a lot of items. If you're so rich, why aren't you smart? And he's not connected to the American people, and he has a disconnect that isn't really concerned with their needs.
That bill, that 1,500 plus page bill, gave more power to the national security state. And they don't need it. And we're being set up for a 9/11, another 9/11. Another one's coming.
I think that's the limits of what we can do where we vote in Congress.
Congressman Mike Quigley, thank you for coming in.
You know, all these congressmen and women are on the tape. A far majority are on the tape.
Career path.
I've been baking since I was a kid. I wanted to.
The far majority say they care, but once they see the dollars coming in from their stock purchases, they don't care anymore. Do you think Ted Cruz really cares about MAGA? Do you think Ted Cruz really cares about you, if you're a conservative watching? He doesn't. He cares about Bitcoin. You know why? Because he's going to make a fortune on it.
I'm going to ask you a meta question, no pun intended here. Maybe pun intended. How do you feel about facts?
How do I'm pro facts. I mean,
Right.
Yeah, look, I'm an engineer. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a spreadsheet guy. I'm a firm believer that you look at the data, you make decisions, you be super transparent, especially for those who will public office. Explain to folks why you're making the decisions you are based on data, and you move forward.
So some things are
That's the way it should
objectively
be.
true, other things are objectively not true.
Last time I checked, yes.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking is because Meta, the parent company to Facebook, announced this morning that it's getting rid of its fact checkers.
Great, good. Nobody believes them. No, in their own words, there was severe political bias there. If there was a conservative group that had fact checkers, I'd say there's political bias. If there's a liberal group, if there's social media groups, there's always going to be a bias in what you do. I think in the social media world, the political bias got very, very heavy. They acknowledge it. They're going to make a change.
Can you get better fact checkers then, rather than getting rid of them altogether?
How about not worry about fact checking?
The better fact checkers that are coming from what? The more intelligent FBI? The FBI that were engineers?
I mean, there are things that are objectively true and objectively not true.
They are, but is that the role? Is social media's role to prove to you what is true and what is not? Or is its role to be an open platform for discussion, debate, opinion, you know, whether folks believe something or not believe something? I would say that's really where social communication, that's the more of the role of social media.
I think that social media should not have community notes, and I don't think that they should have fact checkers. All right, and it should be the Wild West, and you know, it's just some sort of like just Amazon kind of like no order. All right, because that's what nature is. There's no order, but what's interesting about nature is that there is an emergent property out of chaos that leads to self-organization. So by not having fact checkers and not having community notes will lead to a self-organization of order in these social media platforms. Now, that's assuming no AI, okay? You're gonna have people, if you don't have the fact checkers and don't have the community notes, you're gonna have people posting stuff that's just not true. But that doesn't mean that they can't post it. This is where the responsibility is in the user of the information. They need to be discerning. And if people keep on, if you're watching someone that keeps on posting falsehoods, all right, with your discernment of the situation, then people will stop watching this person, and this person most likely will stop posting because they're not getting traction. And why would they waste their time if they're not getting traction? So the issue isn't so much about fact checkers to tell you what to think. The issue is having a population that can think. That's far more important. Far more important. Let it be Amazon. Let it have a self-organizational mechanism. But we need a population that has discernment. CNN wants to tell you what to think. CNN wants you to be told, how are you going to handle the next pandemic? Meanwhile, the celebrity docs that CNN has on their show, like Gupta, even though he's a neurosurgeon, didn't know much about viruses and pandemics. So you have the mainstream media that has aligned themselves with government agencies that wants to tell you what to think. They get paid through advertising dollars, by big pharma and big ag, to tell you what to think. Big ag wants you to think that it's good to have a lot of sugar in your diet. It's good to have GMO. They want you to think that it's good to make sure that you just start bathing in super saturated fluoride tap water. Meanwhile, studies come out that state, you know what? Fluoride is making the IQs of children go down. Oh, really? But just recently, you had CNN demonizing people that were warning people about fluoride, saying it's a conspiracy theory. So what we really need are people to have access to the facts, and people need to get educated and have discernment and not be told what to think. Don't be told what to think. Think. We don't need community notes, and we don't need fact checkers. What we need is an educated population.
Police of what's true. Without using words like police, and I'm glad we're having this discussion because it's an important one here. Yeah. Whose responsibility is it then to talk about what's true and not true?
Yours, mine, my kids, our communities. We all have that personal responsibility. It's not the government's. There's a freedom of speech aspect to this, of course, but it's not the government's role to necessarily tell you absolutely what is true and what is not true, what you should believe, judge you on what you believe and how you vote.
Because if the government is going to tell you, or social media is going to tell you what is true, then you have 1984. And, I come from a generation that kind of warned everybody, don't go down 1984. You don't want 1984. 1984, you're going to have a boot on your neck for the rest of your fucking life.
Is it a private business? So is it in their business model that we are going to be the police of truth in America, and when people say something that isn't true, we're going to immediately correct it or ban them? No, of course not. I'm going to guess. I haven't seen the business plan for Facebook, but I'm guessing that Meta doesn't have it in there.
How do you know when you go on Facebook whether what you're reading is true?
You don't. You don't, and that's why you shouldn't use Facebook or just Truth or just social media or just CNN or just ABC. You use your experiences to understand that what you're getting. And I'll say this:
you get educated, you have experience, and you have discernment. But CNN wants you to be dumbed down. Drink your fluoride water, get stupid, and just buy what we tell you to. Get on Prozac. That's what they want. They want to numb you. They want to numb you.
I think we have this tough debate on it because social media is new for us, right? Our generation invented social media. We didn't have the maturity and the responsibility to handle it appropriately. I think the next generation does. I think they know the vast majority of what they're seeing online isn't necessarily truthful.
You know what we need? We need actually reporters in mainstream media that's not coming from journalism school and that are coming from hard sciences. That's what we need. We need educated people talking. We need people having conversations. We need people that go, you know what? That doesn't make sense, and they have the wherewithal to go and look why. And they investigate. But not everything is a conspiracy. Not everything is David Icke. Trust me. Not everything, you know? Not everything is a conspiracy. It's too easy to connect the dots. If someone connects the dots all the time, there's something wrong there. Because you know what? That's not how the world works. But the government should get out of the business of telling you
A Fox News alert, just one.
you know, to stop the way to think. It's crazy. All right, let me plug a couple products and we'll do another video here. Maybe we'll go to Cash Jordan because he just published something 2 hours ago about criminals flood New York City subways as Army troops give up. So you got Army troops coming down to New York. They're going to save the day. You know what happens? People are pushed onto the rail system and get hit by a train. People get stabbed. People get set on fire. Doesn't seem like the Army troops are doing much. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support this awesome channel that I have, all right? By getting the products that I offer, and these are products that I take on a regular basis to improve my health, my endocrine system, my immune system, soak up free radicals, get healthy, and boost up my immune system, all right? It's obviously it works. I'm older than Alex Jones. Alex Jones looks a lot older than I do, all right? And I wonder how he was starting to do such a precipitous weight loss. I don't think it's his supplements that he's taking. I think he's taking something else. All right, so please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get healthy. All right? I offer a lot of products that have dual purpose. And when they have dual purpose, that means that you're saving. You're able to attack multiple systems at the same time. Olive leaf extract does this. It helps with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. You should be taking this every day. You know why? Most people's immune systems are trashed. You know why? Because of 2020. Most people in America have heart disease at some level. Even if you don't have high blood pressure and your lipid profile is okay, chances are, if you have the SAD diet, the standard American diet, all right, you start developing plaque in your arteries at age 16, all right? But people would say, well, I feel fine. I'm age 16, I can eat everything. But you get those yellow streaks in your vascular system, and that's the beginnings of the plaque buildup. That's the beginning. The beginning of cardiovascular disease starts at age 16, if you're on the SAD diet. So, if you're American, chances are you have heart disease. Please go to my store and get the olive leaf extract. Boost up your immune system and help with your cardiovascular system. How it works is it controls the lipid profile by lowering LDL levels and increasing your HDL levels. So that's reducing the chance of building up plaque. All right, you're reducing plaque building. And it also brings down pro-inflammatory cytokines, so it's reducing inflammation. That helps with your cardiovascular system because you need inflammation to create the part of cardiovascular disease is inflammation in the vascular system that leads to plaque buildup. So you're bringing down the inflammation, reducing plaque buildup because of the inflammatory response. You're reducing plaque formation because you're reducing the LDL that could be oxidized. And it helps the immune system by reducing chronic inflammation, because chronic inflammation is not good for you. Chronic inflammation will give you diabetes. Chronic inflammation means a weakened immune system. Why? Because if you're chronically inflamed, you have high cortisol levels. So please, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract, and don't look like Alex Jones. Next, as you get older, your pancreas doesn't work as well. I don't care how healthy you are. Your pancreas starts to weaken. You're going to need to take digestive enzyme complex, especially if you're 40 plus. But if you work out, you can benefit from taking digestive enzyme complex if, let's say, you're younger and you're an athlete. All right, how does it work? Enzymes are in here to help break up proteins, carbohydrates, and lipids. That means that you can absorb the energy from your food, and it's easier to digest and puts less stress on your pancreas. That's good. You don't want to put stress on your pancreas. You don't want to be a Steve Jobs, all right? So you want to reduce the stress on your pancreas and be able to digest your foods. Now, if you work out and you're younger, right, you don't have a worn out pancreas yet, but you're going to work out and you're going to be fueling your body. And instead of using your pancreas to break up that pre-workout or after workout fueling, also take the digestive enzyme complex to be able to break up the food, and it'll help you to absorb for your recovery. So if you're an athlete, you would benefit from digestive enzyme complex. But if you're also older, you're 40 plus, you'd benefit from digestive enzyme complex too. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. In addition, this has bromelain in it. And bromelain is an enzyme that helps to break up clots. This is why I told people during the crisis, you should be taking digestive enzyme complex. Why? Because the enzymes in here break up glycoproteins, spike protein, and it breaks up clots. And I said it 3 years before celebrity docs did. Omega-3. This is something that you should be taking to help with your lipid profile. Omega-3 also helps to bring down systemic inflammation. So omega-3, bring down the LDL, increase your HDL levels. It's synergistic with olive leaf extract. So a great way to get healthy. It's 2025. You're an American. You probably have heart disease. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get omega-3. All right. Let's go to Cash Jordan and find out why the subways are so bad.
This one cleaning hack makes years of dirt disappear in seconds. Take any dirty surface, spray over the grease or mold, give it a quick wipe, and watch.
First, a horrific scene on the New York City subway. The video difficult to watch. The suspect quickly captured by police and just charged with attempted murder. Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon has the story.
So we've got a problem because over the last few weeks, the governor has been pouring troops into the subway to stop incidents like this from ever taking place.
But that hasn't been working, and New Yorkers are starting to realize that no matter how much security our subway gets, the marauding criminal element down here is going to find ways around it.
Making the subway so dangerous, nobody
Nobody down here is 100% safe.
The chilling video shows a man standing close to the edge of the platform behind a couple of ferry baiters and another man approaching and casually shoving him. First responders would go between the stopped subway cars to rescue the 45-year-old.
A series of violent incidents on New York City's subways has some strap hangers shaken.
I definitely think it's very scary riding the subway sometimes. There should be a bigger presence of police.
Quite scared. I mean, today I've had some trouble on the subway all day.
Everyone is either seeing something bad on the subway or, is, in some sort of, dangerous situation, all right? It's very prevalent in New York, right? It's a problem. It is a problem. Unfortunately, there's no good solution because the root cause of the problem is a lack of regard of life. When you have a society that has a lot of people in it, and there's a subpopulation within that society that has low regard for life or property, these things happen. And what's the root cause? It's lack of morality. It goes back to those principles of God, country, and family. If you have if you're aligned with some sort of spirituality, if you're aligned with some sort of patriotism and in betterment for your country, and you're aligned with the cornerstone, the foundation of society, which is family, most likely you will live a moral life. You don't have to be Mother Teresa or, Moses or whatever. You don't have to. But where we're at right now with society is way on the other side of the spectrum, where there's very little regard for life, very, very little regard for helping people or property rights or whatever. And there seems to be a pattern on the types of people that do these crimes. And there's something seriously wrong in their subculture.
The amount of people who come into the system without paying is ultimately reducing felony crime. Because these are going to be the people who are going to have knives, they're going to push people on the tracks.
Police say this attack appears to be random, and this comes 1 week after NYPD says a 72-year-old man was pushed onto the tracks. And of course, earlier this month, a woman was set on fire by a man police say illegally entered this country.
So as another subway incident unfolds, the preventable nature of this crime and others like it becomes shockingly clear. But what none of New York City's leaders want to admit is that the police, the troops, although they make us feel safe when we see them...
Once I play this video, I'll give the mic on X.
It's the best we can hope for, because it's New York's laws that are enabling rampant lawlessness, as the world recently witnessed when a homeless person who was in the country illegally did something absolutely terrible to another rider. An act so shocking you'd have thought the local government would have been down here right away protecting people. But since it happened, we've only had more assaults, more altercations, and more people being targeted in high-profile ways that reveal the seriously out-of-control safety problems the subway is experiencing. Something that just does not compute in the minds of New York's progressive elite who keep telling us crime overall is down, when at the same time the crimes that make it more dangerous down here are going through the roof. Which has our leaders perplexed. How can crime be up if they've defunded the police and scared the law-abiding into a defenseless posture by prosecuting those who stand up to criminals in the absence of police? Which brings us to the real reason why we've got a never-ending crime wave down here that the city just can't seem to stop in spite of the presence of troops and police. In New York, we've built a justice system that protects criminals instead of punishing them. And when someone gets arrested, oftentimes they are released without bail, even in cases of assault or robbery. Crimes which in many cases have already been decriminalized and are only misdemeanors that do not result in jail time. But it gets even worse because, as you're about to see, New York rarely even penalizes those who break the law on their way into the subway, signaling to criminals that they can do pretty much whatever they want down here, which is why they're doing pretty much whatever they want down here.
City subway. And if you want to know why crime down here is so bad, it's because that crime problem that we've got, it's allowed to start right here at the front door. In fact, I just saw multiple people walk through an emergency exit gate and none of them paid. All of those folks just rode for free.
Now, don't just say all those folks, but if you look at the video, 90% of the people that are jumping the turnstiles are black. 90%. Fact.
Particular people look like dangerous criminals to me, not necessarily, but the NYPD says that a lot of dangerous, aggressive criminals who are inside the subway right now also didn't pay to use it.
They say the people that are committing most of the crimes down here aren't paying their fares. They're then going on to prey on the commuters, commit violent offenses, and then go on to create lawlessness throughout the transit system.
So, according to the NYPD, people who commit crime on their way into the subway have a higher likelihood of committing more crimes once they're in there already. Is that
now?
shocking?
Think about that.
Nobody.
Think about that. Think about that. You know, what did I say early on in this video? Zuckerberg's core is theft. It started with the beginnings of Facebook. That's the core. It's theft. These people have a disregard to paying a fare. Now, I think the fares are too high. That's another issue. But they are stealing. And so if they're willing to steal from the MTA, eventually the MTA starts to raise prices, so they're kind of indirectly stealing from people that are paying the fare, because the MTA is going to have to raise prices. But they're stealing, and then there's a domino effect, where if you're stealing from just the MTA with the fare, then it's okay to steal at a store, or it's okay to rob someone, or it's okay to push someone over onto the tracks. See, it's a snowball effect. Where's the morality? Where they raised? I mean, how do you have a society where there's so many people that are like this? And I'm willing to bet it starts at the home, and it starts in these public schools where there's lawlessness.
Now, obviously, if that's true, there's only one way to put a stop to it, and that is to stop people from accessing the subway without paying for it. A monumental task in a city that does not have the resources to keep people safe when they're in here to begin with. On top of that, a lot of our progressive leaders, they don't like that solution because it means somebody might end up going to jail and suffering a consequence for their behavior. On top of that, they like to tell us that it's too expensive to do this, it's just not feasible, we should just let it go. But try telling that to the people who end up getting...
Is this a manifestation? And it's a question. Is this a manifestation of failing forward kids in the public schools, where, you know, they're doing very poorly with their grades, but they just pass them into the next grade, and they get farther and farther behind and have worse and worse behavior? Is this the end result of a failed Department of Education? I don't know. Maybe it's the fluoride. Maybe it's all of the above. But something's not right.
when they're down here. On top of that, a recent frightening altercation reveals that no matter who you are, you may not be safe down here at all. And the criminals down here only need a couple of seconds to absolutely ruin your day.
A chilling video obtained by Eyewitness News shows a man standing close to the edge of the platform behind a couple of ferry baiters and another man approaching and casually shoving him. First responders would go between the stopped subway cars to rescue the 45-year-old. Sources tell us he...
So that incident incident took place at a station just a couple of stops away from the one behind me, and it started off with two people hopping the turnstiles to gain access to the subway illegally, and then moments later, a much worse crime is committed by somebody else. Almost as if you've got lawless behavior stacked on top of lawless behavior down here. But the worst part about this is these incidents are taking place after extra National Guard troops.
I'm not speaking on a hyperbole here. New York City subway system is literally Dante's Inferno.
Deployed to keep the subway safe and secure, revealing that there's not a whole lot all of this extra security is actually doing to help people, especially when you'll be hard-pressed to find troops and police at every station. Look, this one right here's empty. Unless you see this emergency help button as an adequate deterrent to crime. But the problem is, you've just got way too many subway stations in general for police and troops to be at all of them at once, and this is a system that operates 24/7, it never takes a break, and the reality here is we've got 1,000 National Guard troops scattered throughout the terminals and the various entry points to this system, but that's not enough. You'd need tens of thousands to completely lock this place down, which is never going to happen. And that's a shame because we've just witnessed how a lawless environment emboldens criminals. Literally, two guys evade the fare, and then seconds later, another criminal comes out of nowhere to show them up doing something 10 times worse. And according to the NYPD, there's a very high likelihood that criminals like that are not also paying to use the subway.
They want to hike fares up and they want to... They want to hike fares up and they want to do certain things, but they can't even keep the people of New York City protected. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of sad.
Literally nobody down here feels safe. Everybody knows this is the wild, wild west, a completely unmonitored environment where anything can happen. Yet as the environment down here continues to deteriorate, the fares required to use the subway keep going up. All because the system itself continues hemorrhaging money as so many people don't pay to use it. And the individual who was arrested in this case, according to the New York Post, he was already facing other charges for incidents that also took place in the subway. And one of these altercations allegedly involved a police officer. Now, if somebody's not scared of the police, are they going to be scared of you or me? Probably not. Especially when our laws don't put people in jail when they assault others. You saw it right there on the security camera. People are assaulting others. They don't even care because they don't think anything's going to happen to them. And if you're going to allow people with horrendous rap sheets into the subway, how can you not expect the level of safety down here to go down? Especially in the absence of any law enforcement presence whatsoever in most cases. But what about this idea that the subway itself is so large and so vast with so many riders that your chances of being involved in an altercation are rather slim?
I actually still feel relatively safe. You know, it's a big city and there's a lot of subway stations and a lot of people commuting, but yeah, it's still really scary when you see it on video like that so clearly.
So that particular rider is right. It is possible to feel a little bit safer at times than at other times. And many people use the subway every day and do not have a problem. But that does not invalidate any of the crime that's taken place down here. Nor does it invalidate rising levels of weapon seizures down here either. Nor does it invalidate the fact that there are criminals roaming the halls, platforms, and stairwells down here just waiting in the shadows for what they're going to do next. And the best way to think about subway safety is as if you are one of these beautiful, adorable sea lions basking near the beach. Can you go for a swim? Sure. But there are dangerous predators lurking in those waters, and some of the sea lions will not make it back to shore. But we human beings, we are not animals. You and I have consciences. We know right from wrong. And every single criminal that's done something wrong down here weighed their options and then took actions that were detrimental in many cases to other riders. Yet for some reason we don't.
I'm not sure if Cash Jordan is right about that. There are many humans that act like animals. Like in Dante's Inferno.
Bring law enforcement into this in any meaningful way. We want to have a few troops at Grand Central or at Penn Station. We don't want to actually
actually secure this place and keep people safe. But what if we did? Is it really possible that a law enforcement or authority presence in general would clean this place up and make it safer? Some people say that's the case. Yet, as you're about to see, our progressive leaders are completely against any such ideas. Two National Guard troops just went up the stairs over here, and seeing them does make me feel safer. When they're around, nobody's gonna try anything. But if you're wondering why the subway is never gonna get enough resources to properly police itself and lock down and keep people safe, it's because our progressive leaders don't think that's a good idea. In fact, some of them even think that law enforcement is toxic to the idea of public safety, which is why many of them are still in favor of defunding our police. But as we're learning today, that way of thinking, that might actually be the whole reason we've got this out-of-control crime wave in the first place.
With the dozens of fare beaters, our cameras caught jumping the turnstile or walking through the emergency exit to avoid paying, you'd almost think the subway is free. But not paying still comes at a cost.
All 5 people that video just showed just seconds ago, 5 people were, all 5 were black.
Especially for this man.
So here we've got a video that proves that when police go after low-level fare evaders, amazing things happen from a public safety perspective, because a lot of the people they stop have warrants for other things and end up getting arrested and taken off the streets. In fact, one study from 2023 revealed that almost half of fare evaders have active warrants. And when you consider how many high-profile crimes our security cameras are capturing, you've really got to work hard to ignore the connection between fare evasion and other types of lawlessness. And here's how this pilot program worked. Undercover officers would set up shop around turnstiles that were constantly hopped over, and they stopped everyone who entered without paying. Now, fare evasion itself is just a misdemeanor. Nobody goes to jail for that. However, once the police have someone stopped, they can see what other things that person may have recently been up to, which is when they then locate people who've got outstanding warrants and can make an arrest. And when someone gets arrested, that's when they get searched, that's when weapons get found, and that's how you make the subway safer, by getting weapons and dangerous people, carrying them off the streets. But there's a likely reason this was only a pilot program. This program proves that policing works and makes things safer. And with the number of weapons being discovered down here already skyrocketing because of random bag checks, that
Okay, so according to NYPD stats, now it's saying January 1st through March 3rd. I'm assuming this is 2024 that he's pulling up here. All right, so, well, okay, so this is year, okay, so this is looking at 2024 all the way to 2019. All right, in 2019, the number of weapons recovered during transit arrests is skyrocketing. All right, that's the title. What was caught was 2,000. Now, I'm assuming, I'm not sure if it's all year or just through January 1st through March. The way it's written, it seems like it's just through January 1st through March, so it's compared, so it has equal comps. So 2019 was 2 guns, 2020, 7, 21, 4, 22, 7, 23, 8, 24, 17. Now what's very scary here is the blades. So knives. So in 2019 there were 124, in 20 there were 88, in 21 55, in 22 113, in 23 199, and in 2024 there were 299. So blades possession is really skyrocketed the last 3 years. But I'm curious to know if that's for the whole year or if it's just through this time period between January 1st through March 3rd. The way this is written is kind of poorly cited here.
thing works and makes things safer. And with the number of weapons being discovered down here already skyrocketing because of random bag checks that rolled out around the time the National Guard was first deployed, it would be pretty hard to pass the subway off as being safer than ever if more weapons than ever start getting discovered. And that's likely why our leaders want to try to clean this place up while discovering the smallest number of weapons possible.
It may look like a low-level crime, and it may start out that way. But reducing the amount of people who come into the system without paying is ultimately reducing felony crime. Because these are going to be the people who are going to have knives, they're going to push people on the tracks.
They're looking for transit recipients.
You know, the saddest thing about the subway is it doesn't have to be dangerous. In fact, we've got evidence right here of what could be done to clean it up and make it safer, but we won't do it. And every single subway crime on the news recently followed a similar pattern. You have an individual who was bad news already because of past behavior and past arrests. Yet that person was on the loose, putting others at risk, and eventually went and did something in an unmonitored, lawless environment. And in all of those cases, we did not see police or National Guard anywhere near the scenes of those crimes. Yeah, they let him go. He fair evaded, but the cops just let him walk. And to be honest with you, I'm behind our police and our law enforcement. They've got tough jobs to do. Their safety is at risk just by virtue of them being down here as well. And the worst thing is that they can only be stationed in areas of the train by entry points. They can't afford to ride around on the trains. Then who's going to block the exits when a criminal tries to flee? However, that's not what New Yorkers want. New Yorkers don't want to just feel safe when they walk into a train, pass police, and then get on a train, which is totally unmonitored.
You know what New Yorkers want when they're on the MTA? They don't want to be set on fire. They don't want to be shot. They don't want to be stabbed. They don't want to be seeing someone defecate on, in the train or on the platform. They don't want to see someone pissing in the corner. Welcome to New York.
Start looking out for themselves. We want police riding the trains, keeping us safe, but that just doesn't happen. However, if that did start happening, the trains themselves would become a lot safer almost immediately, because right now there is zero authority presence on most of them.
The volunteer vigilante group known as the Guardian Angels are returning to the New York City subway system. The Angels' strategy will focus on performing wellness checks on homeless people and those with mental health issues.
We'll obviously make sure that train is stopped and that the police respond, and then we keep order in the cars.
So the Guardian Angels, they're back to policing the trains again. They're a concerned citizen activist group. Some people say that their actions are a publicity stunt, which is an argument I can understand. After all, they are unarmed. They do not have the power to arrest people, but they are a watchful eye in an area that has no authority presence whatsoever. And if they see something, they will alert the police. They will try to get the attention of authority figures if something goes wrong. And we're at a point now in our subway system where just the presence of someone who looks like they could intervene will be enough to deter some criminals, who will then decide to wait or move on for an easier opportunity in the future. Of course, this won't deter all crime, and again, they're not police or National Guard troops, but any check on lawlessness right now is a good thing. Anything that makes it harder for criminals to be criminals is a good thing. Right now, there's nothing down here stopping them from being criminals. And sadly, what this reveals is that if our city were to employ a group of people whose goal it was to prevent crime and had the power to arrest people, things down here could change quickly. Yet we already have that. Those are our police officers. However, funding them isn't something all of our elected leaders agree is a good idea. And look at how little the city cares about safety. Only $5.8 billion, which is a lot, goes to the NYPD out of a budget that eclipses $100 billion. You've got Dr. Evil money going to the city, and only around 5% is spent on keeping its residents safe. But what do you think about that? Are more police resources the answer to keeping people safe when they're underground? Is the National Guard a deterrent to crime? I personally think it is. I feel safer when they are around. I wish they could be everywhere. Do you think that would help? Let me know. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
New York City is Gotham. Now, where the hell is Batman? Because it seems like Penguin is running the town here. All right, before I pass the mic over on X Spaces, I just want to remind the audience that's watching on YouTube and on the live stream through Rumble, you can ask questions, pontificate, whatever, just you can do the call in through X Spaces. So in the description of my videos, you can get to my X account and follow the X Spaces and then just raise your hand or do the request, and I'll pass the mic over. But before we go to X Spaces, please help support my work by getting the products that I take to improve my health. And if you follow my protocols, if you follow my lead on this, if you listen to how to stack this stuff, you're going to be able to improve your health. I have lots of different supplements, so depending on what your price points are and what you need to do to improve your health and what you want to target, there's lots of things that you can target from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Some of the supplements that you could get and stack together that will help with your bones and your cardiovascular system is vitamin D3. Vitamin D3 will help you absorb calcium and to be able to get your cells to be expressed, because vitamin D3 is a gene expression cofactor. So that's really important for your cells. In addition, cells that need to go through apoptosis because they're infected, that's really important for the cold season. Vitamin D3 will help with that, all right? So take vitamin D regularly, but especially during the cold season. In addition, vitamin K2, MK7 helps with your cardiovascular system and your bone health, all right? By coupling it with D3, you're absorbing the calcium, you're doing a little bit of resistance training, you're building up higher density for your bones, you're reducing osteoporosis. That's really important for males and for females. But also, by stacking this together, you're going to be able to reduce cardiovascular disease. Why? Because what happens here is that when the plaque is starting to build up, it's built up through inflammation, an increase in LDL that's oxidized. It deposits this oxidized LDL, then macrophages come in, eats it up, turns into a foam cell, and that's the plaque. And then there's also calcium that comes in that will deposit in these plaque formations. Now with the K2 D3 combo, what you're doing is that you're being able to pull some of that calcium out, and you're reducing that depositing of the calcium. All right. In addition, vitamin D3 helps with your immune system, and it's going to help with those macrophages and reduce that inflammatory process when you need to. So it's taking K2 D3 helps cardiovascularly, but it works a lot better if you stack it with C60 and you bring down your LDL by taking omega-3s and not-kinases, right? Because if you have less LDL, you have less oxidation. If you're soaking up free radicals with the C60, you have less oxidized LDL. If you're reducing inflammation by taking turmeric and ashwagandha, then you're reducing that inflammatory response that sets in motion for plaque to start accumulating in the artery. So if you stack this with other stuff that I will talk about later, it really supercharges helping with cardiovascular health. But in simple terms, take the K2, take the D3 together to help with your bones, with your joints, and help with your cardiovascular health. And then vitamin C, everyone knows you should be taking it daily. This vitamin C also has magnesium. It boosts up your immune system. We're in the cold season. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose, drink it with filtered water. All right, so with that said, I'm going to pass the mic over. You should have the mic now.
Hey, Paul.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. First, just so you know, I think Trump is in middle of or recently finished the press conference. Just FYI.
Did he say anything important?
I didn't watch it yet. I just saw a couple of tweets saying that, oh, he said this or said that. I didn't see anything of. Oh, he said he's going to change something, I just read a tweet, so I'm not sure of the exact wording, but he
I
said,
saw something that was on Bloomberg just quickly, and he said something about reversing the oil, the oil ban that Biden put for offshore drilling.
that makes sense, and I heard, well, there was a tweet I saw that said that he's gonna change or he wants to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
Well, you know what? It should be the Gulf of America.
I know. I mean, I like his idea.
Well, not only that, there are people that are on X that are from I've seen some posts that were from Greenland, and they said they want America to buy Greenland. They want to be part of America. So if you survey Greenland and people that live in Canada, I bet many of them would say that they would like America to be, that Canada and Greenland and the United States all become one nation.
Actually, that's exactly correct. There was, I saw an interview, a guy named Nick Shirley, and he interviewed a bunch of people in Canada on the street, and a bunch of them said that they would want to be part of America. So that was in Canada. And then the first thing I was gonna, was this morning, there's a bunch of short videos, tweets. Donald Trump Jr. is in Greenland. He flew in with Trump's plane, and he's in there. I guess probably setting the stage for talks on what comes next. And basically, my understanding, and there was an interview on CNN I saw this morning, somebody from either Greenland or Denmark, but what they're saying is it sounds, from what I gather so far, and I haven't done a lot of research, but a small amount, what I gather so far is that Greenland, they want to become independent of Denmark, like something like create their own constitution, but they don't have, they're not able to militarily protect themselves. So okay, when I say independent of Denmark, I think there's some level of independence they want, but they do want to create their own constitution. Apparently they've been working on this kind of thing for a few years.
But their model that they want to go to fits the model in the United States, where you have states' rights and a state's constitution, and it gets integrated into the federal government.
Well, that's why I'm curious to see what Trump will, because I think Trump will make a deal with them. The reason I say that is because, well, America used to have a base or more. I saw somebody did a video on YouTube about this. He was videoing like an abandoned American base back from World War or the Cold War. And America has a base way in the north for the Space Force. Mm-hmm. So America's deeply connected with Greenland, and if they could work out a deal with Denmark, then the only question in my mind is, I think a deal will be made. The only question is whether it will be like a military sort of deal, or will Greenland will retain some independence and America will take over from Denmark, or it'll be a tripartite thing where it'll be Denmark, America, and Greenland in some agreement. But I can't see why an agreement.
Well, I think that it's not going to be in an agreement where we're just putting bases like we have in the Philippines.
Yeah.
I think that it's going to be more integrated with the economy, and it's probably going to be steps to this. But if we were to purchase it, I have no idea how much you would go for. I mean, are we talking? It's got to be in the trillions.
Well, somebody was saying even if you did $1 million per person who lives in Greenland, I think there's only 57,000. So that's I think it was calculated to be, was it 57 billion or something? I don't know. It was so.
I don't think it's going to be billion. I think it would be trillions, because the land must have. I wouldn't be surprised that land has precious, rare earth metals.
So maybe 57. Interesting.
I mean, there's definitely the strategic. It's definitely the strategic Cold War kind of play. Where you have bombers and you have missile systems and all that. But I would suspect that Greenland would literally turn green if we, have climate change. So I mean, it's you're gonna have green pastures there. so I, it just makes sense. And if you really, look at what the founding fathers wanted, they wanted a larger, a larger country. They viewed Canada, the northern neighbor, to be subsumed by the United States eventually. Maybe we're moving into that. Maybe we're moving in. I think you're right, though. If it does happen, Greenland will happen first. But we should have Canada too. I mean, I would prefer us owning it, and it's the United States, and they're just another state or a series of states, because Greenland could be broken up probably into like 2 or 3 states maybe. But the thing is that you bring them in under the United States instead of a American economic union that's more in line with Europe. I think that would be a failure.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting about Canada too, right? If we have the melting going on, then Canada's going to become greener too, I would assume, and so there's a lot of opportunities.
If climate change it happens like people are saying it's going to happen, which I don't know if it will or not, and I really don't care, because I think that agriculture will shift, but overall yield will be roughly the same or maybe even better. But the thing is that if it does happen, that means that Florida, gets hotter, but that means that Michigan ends up being more like Florida, and Michigan weather is going to be more like the tundra of Canada, right? So everything's going to shift upward. So people that have property, in Canada or even in the Midwest, or those border states between the United States and Canada, that region, that weather zone is gonna change. It's gonna go up. My understanding is the zone number, when it goes up, it's hotter. When it goes down, it's colder. So the zones are gonna all go up. And there's tons. There must be. That land in Canada must be really fertile.
Well, and they say that there's a ton of minerals, like valuable, like resources in Canada. Now, and the other thing is Canada apparently has a pretty low population, and so if it becomes greener, it'll be a lot of opportunity for people to move there. What's interesting is Trudeau was a big jerk, he with the truckers and everything, and turning the national security state on them. But the funny thing is did Trump just meme him out of his damn seat by just basically demeaning him on the world stage?
I think so. I mean, he was weak. He was too ultra-lib.
That's true.
I do think that ultra-liberalism is on the decline. And so it just totally makes sense. And then, when you had Freelander, who I'm not a fan of, decided to resign, and other parts of the cabinet started resigning, he didn't really have an effective government, so he didn't have a choice. Now, I don't know if the rumor is true or not, but there seems to be, no, I wasn't going to go down that road. There's someone's saying that he's somehow tied to the Epstein list.
Yeah, I saw a tweet was and there was something I saw too about him with, there was some scandal where he was teaching in a school. I don't know if it was involved. I just saw a quick tweet and I brushed by it. But another interesting thing about the Greenland visit was it was a room full of, let's say there were 20, 30 people in the room, but they all had MAGA hats on. Greenlanders. Now, the thing is who went to go visit Greenland? It was Charlie Kirk. There was a bunch of young people, and they brought the film crew with them. I think he's really setting the stage. It's smart. First of all, he sent Trump. Trump sent his plane So you have the visual of like the Trump plane landing in Greenland, which means it's going to be all over the Greenlandic news.
Right.
And then and then also to announce that Trump's son is coming. So now everybody in Greenland's already thinking about it. In other words, before it was just maybe rhetoric, but to actually have Trump, even though it's apparently not an official visit, it's going to create a lot of news in Greenland, going to get people thinking and talking. And I don't know, the prime minister of Greenland came like over the past few years and gave a talk at a think tank in DC. Based on everything I'm hearing, what they're saying is they really want to have a relationship with the United States rather than China, because I didn't specifically say not China, but I did say he'd much rather have a relationship with the United States sort of thing, because the United States is their neighbor versus China's across the world, you know?
Right.
So I think that's why I think this is going to happen. Even the interview on CNN this morning, the guy who was speaking, I don't know if he was from Denmark or from Greenland, but it sounded like somebody important.
I think it's even bigger than just Greenland and Canada. Mm-hmm. Obviously, you know, those are the big purchases, but bringing Puerto Rico and Guam as states. Now, Guam, I don't know, but Puerto Rico seems to be more aligned to the Democratic Party. But if a Republican president brings Puerto Rico as a state, then it may help the Republican Party in the future. But even if Guam and Puerto Rico that come in as states align themselves to the Democratic Party, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Most likely Greenland would be more conservative. I don't see them aligning themselves with the libtards of the Democratic Party. So, and Greenland's so big in terms of land mass, I don't know about population, but land mass, that there's the opportunity to break it up, where you have multiple states. And that changes the composition of how it's represented in Congress. Just like the same plan that they were going to do with Texas. Texas, on the books, can be broken up, I believe, into 4. And the same thing with California, can be broken up into 2. But they never did. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it may be a smart play to actually, under Trump's administration, bring Puerto Rico and Guam as states. Now, in terms of symmetry, whatever they do, they need to do it in pairs. They can't just bring Guam in, because then it would be 51 states. They need a 52 state or a 54 state. It needs to be in symmetry. This is more Kabbalistically, but it has to be symmetry. So you know, if they bring Greenland in, it increases the chances of Canada coming on board. But you're talking about potentially 4 new states. Now, that's important, not just for America to have a bigger map, but when you're talking about hypersonic missiles, you need a missile defense system that has a larger land mass, web to be able to catch the supersonics. So they need Greenland, and they need, the United States kind of needs to do what the Chinese did and create islands in the Pacific. To create these missile defense systems. Yeah.
What do you call it? But what's interesting now, I don't see this as a bad thing, but it just reminds me of like the Roman Empire. So are we like expanding before we eventually fall? I don't know, but it's.
Well, I mean, the Monroe Doctrine was all about this. Was this expansion of the Northern Hemisphere?
And what's interesting is Trump is reminding me of, I don't know if it was Teddy Roosevelt or whoever, but it's like, I think Teddy Roosevelt made some moves and did some big either expansion, whether he got the Philippines or whatever it was, Puerto Rico maybe. And so Trump is just reminding me Trump should really pull the trigger, and I think he will. Trump should really pull the trigger on this Greenland thing. He should change the name of the Gulf of Mexico. I think that'll be massive legacy for him for sure.
I think it's all good, I think they're all good ideas. I do feel that Puerto Rico and Guam should be brought into the country by now.
I was at a class, and actually it was a UAV class and taught by the government, and there was a guy there from Guam, and he told me that they're prepping for in case China tries to do something to Guam. This was a few years ago.
That's part of their strategy. It's almost like they're worried about that Midway, the Battle of Midway. So it's something similar happening. Guam is going to be an important island for us if we, are going to have a conflict with China, which I do think is going to happen. I just feel that they should be brought into statehood. They've been a territory for a long time, and I think it's just rightful for them to have statehood. I mean, I don't think their population's too big. I mean, you're not talking about a lot of people. And I think the same thing with Puerto Rico. I think that statehood would be important for Puerto Rico, just psychologically. Yeah, so expanding America, I think is a good idea. The resources are there, so it makes sense from a resource point of view. It makes sense from a missile defense point of view. And hockey's pretty popular in the United States now, so it makes sense to bring in Canada. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is I never thought about Canada joining America until Trump said it, and it might actually.
Yeah, but that's the America. I mean, we wanted Canada. It was only because of the War of 1812 that where that and we lost territory, so we stopped through treaties.
Wow.
And so that was the reason why we didn't pursue Canada.
Wow.
We just kind of pursued just going out west.
Right.
And just
right.
focus the west of the country.
Right. Now, Paul, so we talked about what was coming up, and it started just to change topics. So we talked about what was coming, and here it is. It started on January 1st. I posted in a reply comment to this space, I posted the link to the book on Amazon. That it's. Let me read the title. Al-Qaeda 2.0: The Upcoming Attack on the United States and Europe Unveiled. And it's a short read, like maybe 100 pages, easy read, and a very important book. It's written by a former Intel guy. He goes by Guido on Twitter. Let me see if I can find his name. But anyway, the point is, Guido is. It's at Cyberpioneer, Pioneer, at Cyberpioneer. Pioneer. Anyway, so I just mentioned that, but also, so the New Orleans thing, crazy, huh? But if you look at the Islamic magazines that they put out, like the Al Qaeda, they have these different ones. I forgot, Inspire magazine, different ones. They talked about doing these ramming attacks, and if you look at the video, he jumped the curb. He got a smart vehicle. He used the correct vehicle to do this. It's a big, tough vehicle. He jumped the curb around the cop that was blocking the road. He went over the sidewalk and then just, ran people down. And
what I don't understand is why we're not seeing similar terrorist acts that were in the 90s and the 80s with buses in New York. You know, I just, like back in Europe and even in Israel, there were these bus attacks, that, and there was these terrorist attacks. And they would be carrying a bag or something and they would blow up the bus. It would be so easy in New York to do that. I just don't get it, why they haven't done it.
Well, okay, well, Sarah Adams, this former CIA targeter, she's on Twitter. What she said, and she's done a couple interviews on Sean Ryan's show and other places, and what she said is what they're going to do is, so they have over 1,000 Al-Qaeda terrorists in the United States right now, and what they're going to do, and they plan on, as of right now, hitting us over in 2025. What they're going to do is what you call Fedayeen attacks. So what they are is they have, like, say, machine guns or whatever, and they fight till the death, kind of like Mumbai, India. So, where it's a week long thing, and they overwhelm the police's ability to deal with them, and they hit. So what they're going to do is they're going to hit, like, say, 10 locations in the United, or what was it, 100 locations, I guess, in the United States, 10 per group or something, and then so they're going to overwhelm. I mean, we saw how, so I think instead of them going on and doing, they might do, so like this guy in New Orleans, he had IEDs, but for some reason they didn't go off. So I think they're going to do the IED thing, but they're going to do like these massive attacks. So let's say they'll have a group of 10, they'll have IEDs set up around, say Los Angeles.
So with the new, just to back up 1 second.
Yeah.
So the IEDs, the IEDs that the New Orleans attacker had, were they planted along the street, or was it in the truck?
Yeah. No, well, he might have also had one in the truck, I'm not sure, but there's some videos that came out. It shows him walking around with ice chests, so he had the IEDs in these ice chests, and he was planting them. I saw 2 videos of him planting 2 ice chests on the street. And then, so before he ran, he like walked around the street with Google glasses or Meta glasses, which makes me think, they video from the glasses, which makes me think that the attack itself was videotaped and maybe sent to ISIS. I don't know.
Does anyone know, even Luigi, even though this is a totally different topic,
Yeah.
who he called before the assassination of the CEO? Because he was on a burner phone and he called someone right before he shot.
Oh, no kidding.
I haven't been following it. Maybe people that are listening know, but yeah, it makes you wonder. Like, all right, they stream it or they're recording it. Why? Who are they communicating it to? Is it really just selfieism? It's a generation of selfie. Maybe it's just an extension of that. I'm not sure.
Well, it's propaganda too. Because, like, if they send it to, how on October 7th they had all the videotaping. That was for propaganda.
Do you think that the Cybertruck explosion and New Orleans were tied, or just totally disparate?
Here's the weird thing about, so the New Orleans thing, I think, was, if you look at it, the modus operandi was a straight terrorist attack, like Islamic terrorist attack. If you look at the Las Vegas thing, it really wasn't a total IED. I mean, as far as I understand, he had it wasn't a real IED. Like I mentioned previously, I've gone to bomb classes. From what I understand, his equipment that wasn't a real IED. I mean, yeah, it exploded as an IED, but it's not the type of IED that Al-Qaeda normally does, or ISIS. So, to me, here's a weird thought about that thing. What are the 2 items related to that attack in Vegas? One was, it was the Trump Hotel, Trump Tower. Second, it was an Elon Musk vehicle. So I wonder whether it was a threat.
That's my gut feeling, is it was a threat to the Trump administration to Washington.
Exactly.
But the thing is why does a decorated Green Beret get caught up in this?
Well, then again, they claim that was him, but then I don't know if they've confirmed. Did they say that? Because I thought they had found his passport and military ID in the vehicle, But at least in the beginning, I thought they said that they hadn't checked his DNA, or they didn't know it was him. They didn't know it was him. They knew it was him because, and his DNA didn't match his kid, and then they knew it was him because of the ID, but he was too charred to make it out it was him. And so, you know, but the other thing is this.
Well, I don't know if it's true or not, because, you know, again, you know, like I mentioned during the video, you know, things that are posted may just not be true. You know, you just don't know what the truth is. But I thought that they said that there was a tattoo that was able to be identified by his wife.
That was matched. That's true. But the other thing is he might have not have known as well. Now, supposedly he sent out some emails beforehand claiming that he was Sean Ryan, and a bunch of other people saying that he was trying to basically whistleblow on some things that the government was doing. But I mean, here's the weird thing is if you wanted to threaten Trump, you would do exactly that. You would not do a full-on IED where it causes all this damage to Trump Tower.
But this is this incident is 2 degrees of separation from Alex Jones. I mean, follow my logic here. You remember the show? I think it was on the History Channel called Hunting Nazis, and it was an ex-CIA guy that was the head of it, and he would hire, you know, these people to investigate old bunkers, and they would get a film crew, and they would, you know. So Ted, I think his name's Ted. Was it? What was his name? His last name's Kennedy. I think his first name's.
Oh, Tim
Ted.
Kennedy, yes.
Ted.
He was in a TV show with this.
Yeah.
Special Forces guy.
Right. So he's Special Forces too. He was interviewed on one of the shows, saying he knew the guy. He fought with the guy. So
there's video of him in the show together with Tim Kennedy. Yeah.
So all right. So and Ted Kennedy, when he was in between service, he was on shows with Alex Jones years ago.
Yeah.
Let's say that this is pre-COVID year. Is that so this must have been like 2017, 2018, 2016, somewhere in there. So, but yeah, it's so weird. It's just so, it just doesn't make sense that a decorated person that seemed to be aligned with Trump would have gone to blow up a Cybertruck at Trump Tower in Las Vegas. It just something doesn't make sense unless unless emotionally they broke him for some reason. I don't know. But usually, you know, these people that are like special forces, you know, they try to break you in training, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, so they're pretty mentally tough. So something doesn't make sense that he would just all of a sudden just break.
Yeah. And if think about it for a second, because if you wanted to warn Trump, you couldn't come to him directly and say it, right? And so you blow it up in his tower, but you don't blow it up so big that you're going to have a massive FBI task force, you know, searching. You just can kind of make a show of it, which is more of what it was.
Do you think he blew it up on accident and he was really going to walk away from the truck?
No, I think it was done that it would. Wait, say it again?
Do you think he wanted to step away from the truck and then detonate? And it went off on accident? So he was killed in the explosion by accident?
Yeah, I don't know. Or do you think, oh, that's an interesting one, right? So maybe the government sent him there. Let's just put this out there. The government sent him there to do it.
Right.
He was going to walk away, but the government blew him up because they didn't want him to be able to ever say anything about it.
Right.
Or, I mean,
because you know, again, is there any proof that he really shot himself?
Well, that's crazy too. Is that how do you shoot yourself and then blow it up unless you have it on a timer?
Well, not that. There's a film. Again, I don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah,
but there was a slow motion film.
Yeah.
And he moved his head slightly, and then the truck blows up. But it did not look at all that he shot himself.
And it's a perfect vehicle. It's big enough for a bomb, you know. But it's a perfect vehicle because it could have. Let's just say the government. Maybe it was a patsy. what if he actually did shoot himself, but then the government, just drove the truck because it's self-driving. They just drove the truck there. Paul, wait, before I go ahead. In 2 minutes, I have to jump on this this video call.
Yeah.
But let me jump on with you. If I don't catch you in half an hour, if you're still not on in half an hour, then I'll catch you the next time I see you on Spaces. Let's finish this.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Okay.
No problem.
Talk to you soon.
All right. Bye. Okay, so just to remind the audience, that are watching on YouTube and on Rumble, you can join X Spaces. Just click the link that's in my description box for the videos. They'll take you to my X channel, and you can do a call in through X Spaces. It's supposed to be interactive, so if you want to participate, please do. Okay, so let's do a market recap here, market update. So we have the S&P 500 is trading at 5,930. VIX is trading at 17.58, so it's been steady throughout the trading session. The Euro USD is trading at 1.03. Oil is trading at $74 a barrel, 74.34. And the Bitcoin ETF for the long is trading at 23.66. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 157.69. So it's been pretty relatively stable. There's a little bit of a decline in the equity market because it's trading below 6,000. But today is not that too eventful. Let's go to Bloomberg. They're talking about Trump on their political show. They just started. But before I do that, let me just plug some of the supplements that I offer. Another set of supplements that I take every day to help my immune system and my cardiovascular system. Now, people would say, why are you so focused on, cardiovascular health? My brother died from heart disease, all right? I had lots of uncles that died from heart disease young, all right? You need to be proactive in your health, all right? So take my advice, it works, okay? You can improve your health, especially your cardiovascular health, but it's through diet, exercise, and supplementation. So the things that I take every day are turmeric and ashwagandha. Why? All right, turmeric is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals, but it also helps to bring down inflammation, pro-inflammatory cytokines. When you bring down inflammation, you soak up those free radicals, you're reducing the chances of plaque buildup. Again, like I said, by bringing down inflammation, you're reducing the chances of that signaling to start to deposit plaque. The antioxidant soaks up the free radicals to prevent oxidation of LDL. So turmeric also, by bringing down that inflammatory response and soaking up free radicals, will help with your immune system. Ashwagandha also brings down the inflammatory response of cortisol, all right? So ashwagandha will control your cortisol levels, it'll bring them down. And ashwagandha will control your blood glucose levels. High blood glucose levels and high cortisol levels leads to inflammation. And when you have a chronic inflammation in your vascular system, you're going to be depositing plaques. You don't want that. So taking ashwagandha root regularly will reduce cortisol levels, reduce your blood sugar levels, right? And help to improve your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Because if you have too high of cortisol, you're actually suppressing your immune system. Cortisol is an immunosuppressant. So taking ashwagandha root will help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system, and you couple it together, you stack. So you take ashwagandha root and turmeric every day, help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Now, you can also stack it or take it separately, nattokinase. Nattokinase breaks up clots, so it's fibrinolytic, but also nattokinase helps to reduce LDL levels and increase HDL levels. So when you take nattokinase, you're helping your lipid profile. And when you're helping your lipid profile, you're reducing the chances of plaque formation. So this is a great way to help with your cardiovascular health. So I've added nattokinase to my daily protocol, all right, to help with cardiovascular health, and I stack it with the ashwagandha and the turmeric, all right? So this is a great way to improve your health. You're helping your immune system, you're helping with your heart. Now, it's not just taking supplements, it's also about proper diet and exercise. So do a little bit of cardio, do a little bit of resistance training, take the supplements, do some balancing exercises and stretching, all of them, all right? And you're gonna see improvement. Now, you don't have to be an athlete, you don't have to be running triathlons, you know, if you don't want to. But the thing is that regular daily exercise, get your heart a little bit going, right? Do a little bit of resistance training. You don't have to be a bodybuilder, right? But do some resistance training, gain some muscle, improve your pulmonary function by breathing in and breathing out, you know, with some exertion because of working out. And you're going to improve your pulmonary function, your heart, and you're going to build more muscle. And you're going to get healthier, all right? It's holistic. It's a holistic approach. There's no such thing, just take a supplement and everything's going to be perfect. No, it's holistic. You gotta be vigilant. Proper diet and exercise. So take my advice. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the turmeric, get the ashwagandha, and get the nattokinase. All right, let's go to Bloomberg right now, see what's going on.
Where's the pain, if not at the Pentagon or to Kaylee's point, entitlements?
Well, you know, there's basically 12 pages of opportunities that we looked at over the course of Saturday that come from different committees of jurisdiction. Some of them deal with the types of reimbursements we make to different types of medical providers. You know, there's a whole system out there that's been developed over the years. It's very complicated, and sometimes we treat hospitals one way and we treat private practice physicians a different way. The reality is it's the same service both places. And so we need to have these conversations like, what should the policy be as we reimburse providers? Now, we're not talking about taking benefits away from Americans that need medical care, but as you'll see in the next couple of months, there's areas from the committees of jurisdiction, energy and commerce.
Here's the problem. Here, I'll just interject really quick. The problem with the hospitals is that most of them are underwater. They're in the red. So they're trying to lobby Congress to help them. So sometimes the reimbursement rates may be higher at the hospital than, let's say, at a private practice. There's a lobbying issue that's going on too. And then who owns the hospitals? Hedge funds. And then you have the hedge fund companies and the big finance lobbying.
Of course, I mean, all of these different committee chairs are working diligently and are sitting down with all of us, and that's the process we have right now. I'm going to a meeting later today in the Speaker's office, and we're just talking about, okay, how will this work? What is the timing? What committees have to be involved? And who in the conference needs to be at these meetings so that they can have their voices heard? We have no room for error. We have to get to 218 votes. We can spare only one vote on a very, very narrow process. So hopefully we can get there.
Well, and as we count those votes, what role are Democrats going to have to play in all of this, Congressman?
Well, as long as we're talking about reconciliation, obviously, if we can act as a majority in the House and our colleagues in the Senate can use the reconciliation process, this will be a very Republican-driven agenda. Now, I'm under no illusions. Outside of reconciliation, we're going to have to find bipartisan solutions. We've only got 53 votes in the Senate. There will be a number of opportunities for bipartisan agreement, but as it relates to reconciliation, and here are the topics in reconciliation that I think are relevant: border, spending, tax cuts, and energy. And I'm sure there'll be other things thrown in, but that's where I think we're going.
Has anyone talked to the parliamentarian about this, Congressman? Because there are concerns, and we heard John Thune talk about this, that whatever is crafted in the House could crash into a wall in the Senate, where it's going to have a bird bath, the bird rule that makes it clear that outside of budgetary items, we don't have a reconciliation bill. Are you worried that border policy may be at risk by using this method?
Well, we're pretty confident the border policy provisions that we're interested in can be in there. We talked about this last Saturday at Fort McNair. We're going to be working hand in glove with John Thune over in the Senate. The bird rule has 6 different provisions that have to be followed. I cannot imagine we would pass a bill out of the House that hadn't been vetted through the Senate parliamentarian with the help of the majority leader over there. That would be a colossal waste of everyone's time and jeopardize this entire effort. That was one of the questions that was asked last Saturday. How do we ensure that what the House does passes the muster over in the Senate? Otherwise, this is an exercise in futility.
Congressman, you also have a seat on the House Financial Services Committee, so I'd like to ask you about the news we got yesterday from the Fed's Vice Chair of Supervision, Michael Barr, that he does intend to step back from that role, though he will stay on as a governor. The now chair of that Financial Services Committee, Fred Shelley, your colleague, was on Bloomberg surveillance this morning. This is what he had to say about a potential replacement, and we'll have you respond.
Mickey Bowman's done an outstanding job as a governor on the Federal Reserve. She comes to the Federal Reserve with practical experience, both as a bank commissioner in Kansas, as well as a family connected to community banking business there in the heartland. She's been a great voice for common sense and tailoring and regulation, and I think she would be, if President Trump made that decision, that would be, in my view, a good one.
So the chairman is advocating for Michelle Bowman here, Congressman. Do you also think that would be a good choice?
Well, obviously, I'm from the heartland. My state is filled with community banks. And, you know, after Silicon Valley Bank's collapse and the FDIC rushing in and doing the right thing, and then watching a state bank collapse in Oklahoma without the same kind of attention, I think that this is a really good move for the Federal Reserve. Our nation is built on the backs of community banks, and to have someone that has that feet on the ground perspective, I think is important. The Federal Reserve is going to play an important role in our government, especially with Donald Trump coming into the White House. As a member of the Financial Services Committee, you know, Michael Barr and his Basel III and everything that's happened, we're going to turn a page and we're going to see a new Federal Reserve, hopefully, a new leadership of the Federal Reserve and big things ahead.
Congressman, I know you have to go vote, and I want to thank you for joining us, making his debut here on Bloomberg TV and radio, the gentleman from Nebraska's 1st District, Representative Mike Flood. Thank you for joining us. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Hour 2 of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, and we're off and running on Bloomberg TV. Thank you for making us part of your Tuesday as we assemble our signature panel with a lot to talk about, following our conversation with the Congressman and a more than hour-long news conference from President-elect Donald Trump. Jeannie Shanzano is here, Democratic analyst, political science professor at Iona University, alongside Rick Davis, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Rick, after what you just heard from Mike Flood, it's clear that a lot still needs to be figured out in the congressional agenda and exactly what role Democrats will play in it. Is reconciliation, though, going to be the savior that this Republican conference hopes it will be?
Well, I think they're going to stage it as if it is their savior, right? It can, produce a budget. They'll probably use that platform, as we heard today, both from Donald Trump and others, that, it could be the way we, push back the deficit. And I think it's important to note on Congressman Flood's statement that even though he said Social Security is not subject to reconciliation, other mandatory entitlement programs are. And so food stamps and things like that all could be on this list of 12 pages of items that the House of Representatives are using. But I think that these are limitations, right? Even though you get advantages with reconciliation, there are a lot of things you cannot do that the government still needs to do. And so we're not paying much attention to the appropriations and authorization process. And I'd love to see regular order be the way most of this stuff gets done.
Well, and Jeannie, Joe brought up an excellent point to the congressman, the suggestion that the parliamentarian is going to play a role here. Nonpartisan, obviously, they will decide what actually constitutes budget and revenue measures that can be handled under reconciliation. And for all of the conversation we've had in recent weeks about how hard it's going to be for Mike Johnson to get this thing through a narrow majority in the House, how hard is it going to be for John Thune if he really wants to preserve the traditions of the U.S. Senate?
It's going to be difficult. You wonder, for all of his institutional focus, and as you mentioned, preserving the traditions of the all-important upper chamber of Congress, is he tying his hands behind his back, essentially, by saying, we will not question what the parliamentarian rules, we will abide by the filibuster? These are things that can obviously make his... He believes profoundly in the idea of preserving what people have always...
Why is it?
Agenda. And I thought the conversation with Representative Flood was so good because he was so sober in terms of making the point that needs to be underscored. Republicans are serious, he says, about cutting spending, and that is going to require pain. And he mentioned that word pain to you both, and I thought it was so important. And he said, we need to let the American people know that addressing the deficit is going to require pain. What we don't know yet is where that pain will be, and you all asked such an important question. If it's not Social Security, if it's not Medicare, if it's not defense, what is it going to be? And of course, we don't know that yet. They're still just in the early stages of this, but it is going to be fascinating to see how they can get where they say they're going and how they can make this happen with a president who during the campaign was promising anything but pain for the American public, and certainly at his press conference at Mar-a-Lago today. So, I can't help but wonder how they get there and, indeed fulfill all these promises that they've made on the campaign trail.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Jeannie, because I do wonder, Rick, if Congressman Flood is speaking Donald Trump's language there, or if they're in two very different places when it comes to the so-called pain and budget cuts. A big deal has been made about Doge. He says Elon Musk is the greatest cutter of all time, but is that the kind of rhetoric that Donald Trump's going to be using and potentially causing blowback from the electorate, the people who actually enjoy the programs that we're talking about?
Yeah, sure. Anytime you start cutting government spending, somebody is going to be impacted.
You can cut government spending, but not cut so much towards the benefits of individuals. Because there's so much administrative overhead that I'm sure you can do savings that way. The pain is probably going to be government workers.
That the reality, though, is it's the right approach to take in the sense that if you lay out the idea that we're going to take some things away from people, whether it's programs inside the education department or Department of Energy or HHS, the reality is we got to start a program to where we start being right-sizing government. And I think Donald Trump's, the one thing you got to give him credit for is he'll take a loss and turn it into a win, right? So, okay, maybe they don't get to $2 trillion in cuts over the federal budget in 10 years. Even if it's close to $1 trillion, he's going to declare victory. And by the way, he'll have done more than most anybody else in our lifetime to sort of stem the growth of the federal government. Look, I do think the safety valve is the United States Senate. I mean, whatever comes out of there will be bipartisan. It does not, the reconciliation doesn't trigger the filibuster. So it's just whatever, you can get to 51. And like what has happened in the past on these reconciliation bills, the House will take the lead and fail, and the Senate will come in with their own version of a bipartisan bill, and you're probably going to wind up with Democratic votes in the House to get it done. And by the way, applause by the White House because they just want to sign something that advances their agenda. So I think that realistically, seeing something, James Mahoney, our producer, said March Madness is going to be more than just basketball this year, and I think he's right. This is going to be fiscal March Madness. So we ought to start our own little chart to see what stays and what goes.
We love it when producer James gets a shout out, Jeannie. If we're talking about March Madness, that's getting into, what, 2 months in the second Trump administration? For all of our conversation around early wins Donald Trump might want to notch, are they really going to end up being all that early?
He's hoping they're early, and I think that's why we heard him again today in the press conference say he's open. You know, he prefers the one big, beautiful reconciliation bill, but there has to be two. He's okay with that as long as he achieves this agenda. And I think that's what John Thune has been trying to urge the president is he can get a win on energy, which he talked again today about how that will help cut grocery prices. And he can get a win on immigration if he does the two-step approach. But of course, you've got a House and Mike Johnson and Jason Smith and others saying you got to go big, bold, and one big, beautiful bill. So, you know, we don't know how early this is going to be. And just to what Rick was talking about, all of those proposals that they've talked about, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy for DOGE, in terms of cutting the education department, the Schedule F, that doesn't begin to get us to the $2 trillion that they're talking about. It doesn't even get us close to half of that. They're going to have big cuts, and that's what we haven't heard.
Yeah. All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our signature political panel. Thanks for being with us on this Tuesday edition. We'll have more with Rick and Jeannie still ahead because we have to recap that extensive press conference down in Mar-a-Lago earlier today. So stick with us here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
All right, let me do another product plug. We are in the United States going through the cold season, all right? And it's important to boost up your immune system. There's lots of ways to do it. Proper supplementation, lower the stress, make sure you sleep enough, right? Filter your water, eat properly, exercise, right? A supplement that I do every day is Max 35, all right? This helps to boost up your immune system. Take a teaspoon of this a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and swallow. You're gonna neutralize pathogens. You're going to maintain mucosal barrier and boost up your immune system. This is really important. If you're not feeling well during the cold season, take a tablespoon or two a day, right? This is something I take every day. I take a teaspoon of it a day, all right? And if I'm not feeling well, I take a tablespoon or two a day. So please go to my store, get the Max 35, something that you should be taking to boost up your immune system every day. Now, another great supplement that I have on my store that I take every day is ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is a very high bioavailable CoQ10. Now, why do people need to take ubiquinol? It helps to boost up energy levels, it helps to improve the mitochondrial health, so you have more ATP. It's an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. That's good. You don't want to age like Alex Jones. And ubiquinol helps to protect your neurons, improves the health of your neurons. So this is really important, especially when you get older. So take ubiquinol every day. It's the highest bioavailable form of CoQ10. It's a very high quality supplement. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take the ubiquinol. Now you can stack this with C60, resveratrol, and you can also stack it with NAD+. So NAD+ is also a supplement that I take, that I stack with ubiquinol. And NAD+ helps to boost up energy levels. It helps to repair DNA damage in your mitochondria and your nucleus DNA in your cell. So you have two types of DNA. You have mitochondrial DNA and cellular DNA, right? And nucleus DNA. So NAD+ will help repair damage to DNA. When you get older, you have more DNA damage, so you need a little bit of help. So taking NAD+ is important, especially when you get older. So you're boosting up your energy levels, you're helping to repair your DNA damage, and NAD+ helps to improve the health of your neurons. Very important when you get older. So this is a supplement that you should be taking. And again, it stacks very well with ubiquinol. NAC. is something that I've added to my stack recently. And what this does is it boosts up glutathione levels. Glutathione is really important to soak up free radicals during a different pathway. C60 soaks up free radicals one way, ubiquinol soaks up free radicals a different way. So, but NAC goes through the glutathione pathway, all right? So taking NAC is going to soak up free radicals. That's important. It also helps to detoxify your liver and your kidney. And NAC helps to calm your nervous system. So many people, they have anxiety, they're in sympathetic, they're in sympathetic, their nervous system's in sympathetic mode. You want to go into parasympathetic mode and calm the system down, all right? NAC is a great way to do that. So NAC, take it, boost up your glutathione levels, detoxify your liver and your kidney, and help with anxiety. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Reykjavik.com. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the NAC. All right. Now, Bloomberg's still on commercial here, but they should be coming back shortly. Let me just plug one more before they come on board. Bitcoin is trading at around 97,000 a coin per $97,000 per coin. All right, Bloomberg's back, so let's go there.
Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balancing Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Very busy day indeed. Once again, your hosts, here they are, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
That's right, Charlie Pellet. Thank you so much, as always, watching Wall Street for us on the fastest show in politics. Yeah, busy day in Washington, busy day at Mar-a-Lago as well, where we heard from Donald Trump and brought you an hour-plus news conference live here on Bloomberg, speaking to a range of issues from the war in Ukraine to taking over Greenland and Panama, as he says, not ruling out the idea of using military force to do so. Took a series of questions as well. Talked about making Canada the 51st state, turning the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America, pardoning the January 6th offenders. He said there'd be major pardons once they take office. Talking as well about the potential for a hostage deal in the Middle East before he is inaugurated. But actually began the news conference with an announcement of a multi-billion-dollar investment in the U.S., courtesy of Hussein Sajwani, the head of the MAC Group, who was with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Let's listen.
This commitment further underscores that many of the greatest business leaders on earth are seeing a very bright economic future for America since the election. As you know, a lot of positive things have happened.
So it started with news about foreign direct investment in the United States, data centers in the Mid-East and Southeast, Texas, Arizona, Illinois, and Michigan, and then the president-elect turned his eyes abroad. As Joe mentioned, Greenland, Canada, Mexico, Panama, even Denmark worked their way into this press conference. But when asked directly whether or not he could rule out using military or economic coercion in Panama and Greenland, the president-elect did not say he could. Here's a taste of what he said about Panama specifically.
We need them for economic security. The Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China. And they've abused it. They've abused that gift. It should have never been made, by the way. Giving the Panama Canal is why Jimmy Carter lost the election, in my opinion, more so maybe than the hostages.
So we want to get into that and everything else we learned over the course of the more than hour-long press conference and turn to Bloomberg White House and politics reporter Hadriana Lowenkron, who is in West Palm Beach as we speak. So Hadriana, there's I guess a question here about the sudden, it seems, although he has put forward these ideas before, fixation with getting Greenland, Panama, and Canada, all at least within U.S. control, if not part of the U.S. itself. Where is all of this coming from?
Right, and this is interesting because as someone who was covering the campaign, a lot of the...
Well, let me tell you where it's coming from. And it's coming from the historical precedents of our founding fathers. And that was, you had the Monroe Doctrine. There was supposed to be a greater United States. Unfortunately, the War of 1812 happened. But Canada has always been in our line of sight to own.
The main priorities that the now president-elect has discussed has been more domestic. So of course, the immigration, fixing the border, as well as, of course, inflation and what's going on with the economy. But another big part of what, now that he has won the election, the goal here seems to be, is to really focus on the foreign policy and use that also as a point to compare to current President Biden. So we're seeing a bit of a shift here, and a lot of that starts with bringing in some of these investments to Mar-a-Lago. This press conference this year, starting off, as you mentioned, with this $20 billion investment coming after December, SoftBank CEO pledging $100 billion. And again, really suggesting to some of these allies, as well as other folks across the world who are, Iran and Russia, to really watch out for what Trump has coming up. So definitely a switch in tone here, focusing more on what's happening abroad.
Donald Trump's on his way to Washington. He mentioned Jimmy Carter a couple of times today, the former president, not in the most flattering way with regard to the Panama Canal, but he will be here for the funeral, Hadriana, which will also give him venue to meet with Republican lawmakers. Are we going to get a sense of what Donald Trump really prefers in terms of a congressional agenda here? He spoke to the idea of a big, beautiful bill, and he said he was also open to cutting it in two, and we don't seem to have much clarity on this.
No, definitely some more non-committal comments this morning about what his preference is. We know, of course, that the immigration is important, the economy is important. He's hoping to get as many wins as he can, and perhaps he could do that with the one bill here. But he has not made any. He's not advanced the conversation, and that's something that we are hoping will come from conversations, as you mentioned him going this week, to speak with people on the Hill.
Hadriana, it's great to have you. Looks nice down there, doesn't it? West Palm. We're snowed in Washington, Hadriana.
Yeah,
we'll see you back here in the snow globe. Reporting for Bloomberg, White House and politics reporter Hadriana Lowenkron in West Palm Beach. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons as we try to unpack everything that we heard from Donald Trump. It could take us a while, by the way. Talking not only about Panama and Greenland, but also the Gulf of America.
We're going to be announcing a future date pretty soon. We're going to change, because we do most of the work there and it's ours. We're going to be changing sort of the opposite of Biden, where he's closing everything up, essentially getting rid of $50 to $60 trillion worth of assets. We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name.
He does have a lawmaker on this, by the way.
Yeah.
I think you found this on Twitter. Congressman Randy Weber, Republican from Texas. He says, let's do it. Gulf of America better than Gulf of Mexico.
Right. Well, I'm all for it, but it's bigger. It's bigger than that. And that is, what did Biden try to do? Offshore drilling banned. A lot of offshore drilling is in the Gulf of Mexico. So, again, Trump has a gift, and that is to turn something negative into a positive. All right. So Biden tries to hamstring Trump's administration with drill baby drill, and Trump now turns it into a marketing scheme where now we're changing the maps and what things are called, on top of drilling in deep water. So, in a way, he's a marketing genius.
Applause emoji.
Do we stop the renaming of international waterways
I don't know.
merge and the Pacific and Atlantic start to get renamed?
I don't know, but maybe the panel can help us. Our signature panel with us here on this day of the news conference at Mar-a-Lago, Rick Davis, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital, joined by Jeannie Shanzano, Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Great to have you both with us here. Rick Davis, Donald Trump's manifest destiny outlined today results in what?
You know, I think it's both cultural. You know, we are here as a sort of special people who...
After this segment, I'll pass the mic on.
Can order the world better than anybody else. We bring, military might and economic power everywhere we go. And so I think it all is part of the same thing in the 19th century that the original Manifest Destiny meant to do, which is to plug into this notion of American exceptionalism. Two, I think it puts everybody on their back heels. I mean, like, we already see, Prime Minister Trudeau lose office as a result, if not, only partially, but even that, from these conversations that Donald Trump's having. There's a panic in Mexico City over the tariff policy that was initiated days after the election, and Europe is scared to death about what is the future of a Donald Trump presidency. So no question, he's going to enter office, with everybody on their heels. And by the way, including what I thought was one of the most surprising things of the press conference, when Steve Witkoff, his representative in the Middle East, said, "Oh yeah, we're negotiating these release of the hostages in the Middle East before you take office."
Which is less than 2 weeks from now. In fact, we're 13 days away from inauguration. But I'm glad, Jeannie, that Rick raised Steve Witkoff, because it speaks to this idea that there are others working on foreign policy issues in this administration, or at least will be. For example, Senator Marco Rubio next week is expected to have his confirmation hearing to be U.S. Secretary of State. To what extent do you expect voices like his could walk back some of these impulses on the part of the president?
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating because you're certainly going to hear him pressed on many of these statements that the president has made. And, it's just quite astonishing to sit here 2025 and listen to an incoming president, 2 weeks, as you mentioned, Kaylee, out of coming into office, blowing up the idea of respect for sovereignty. We take what he says about Canada as something.
You know what the problem with some of these signature panelists on Bloomberg? They're not pro-America. I mean, they're not America First agenda panelists at all. You have a bunch of liberals, you have the Biden administration that wanted to flush America down the toilet. And it started during the Obama administration, where it was all about appeasement and apologies. You know what? America needs to lead, and you lead by doing.
At the 51st state, and let's have Governor Wayne Gretzky. Look at what he's saying, as you mentioned, about Panama. Look at the Panama Canal, rather. Look at what he's saying about Greenland. Look at what he's saying about blowing up the Middle East. This is somebody who campaigned in terms of making America great again, and mostly we've thought of that in terms of what he's going to do domestically. And here he comes, I think, a really astonishing press conference, and starts talking about his vision for the world in which the United...
I feel that the soul root, I've talked about this before, but the soul root of America, a big part of it, is aligned with Jacob. And that Trump is a conduit that allows for America to be blessed if we do the right things domestically and internationally, especially internationally. And there's going to be a quickening. I have mentioned this on X. 2025 is going to be a year that has 10 years of history all wrapped up in one. And things are going to be rapid, and there's going to be a lot taking place. And you can almost sense the momentum building up as Trump gets into office. And I think it's a wonderful thing, changing the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, or the Gulf of the United States, or whatever you wanted to call it.
It may not be respecting the sovereign lines and sovereignty of many nations. And so I
Wait a
think
minute.
if I'm
Wait.
President Zelensky.
So you got this panelist that are complaining about Trump's not focused on the sovereignty of nations, but we have the Biden administration that has a porous border the size of like 300 Mack trucks, and you have this inflow of illegal immigrants coming in. Some of them are terrorists. Isn't that a problem when it comes to sovereignty? But it seems to be okay as long as Biden does it. It's okay to give away, make America the smorgasbord of the world, but America can't, go on an expansionism. What's wrong with American expansionism? As long as we can afford it.
Over from Ukraine, I've got to be wondering what's stopping Vladimir Putin from doing what he's doing. These are the ramifications of the world's greatest democracy, led by somebody who has these beliefs. So we are in for quite a change, apparently, as it pertains to foreign policy.
Just a minute left, Rick, from the take him seriously, take him literally category. Would Donald Trump have a good laugh listening to this conversation?
Absolutely.
It's hard to tell how much of this he takes himself seriously. Sure. I mean, I'm sure there are things he thinks, oh yeah, I can't believe they fell for that one again. But he actually believes that he's moving the ball forward by making these kinds of statements. I mean, he wants all these world leaders to be on their heels when he meets with them. It's like basketball, he's throwing elbows inside the circle because he wants the space to operate. And he doesn't think Joe Biden did that very well. If anything, sort of thought he was a suck up to Europe. And so the reality is he's going to paint a different picture. Sometimes it takes a little bit exaggeration, so you can't take him literally. But I think all of these things give you an indication as to where his presidency is headed.
All right, Rick Davis.
All right. So
and
before I pass on the mic, just plug 2 supplements here. Please help support my work and your health by going to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Get resveratrol. This is an antioxidant. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. All right. It will help with your mitochondrial health. It'll soak up free radicals. But not just that, it will help with an anti-aging process. All right. I'm really into this whole anti-aging thing because it does boost up your immune system and slows down the aging process. So part of that protocol to slow down the aging process is to take resveratrol. And improving your mitochondrial health is a big part of it. But not just that, as you get older, you start to build up cells that go into senescence. So it's senesced cells. So cells that are in senescence means that they stop dividing. But they don't go into apoptosis. You can't get rid of them. And over time, when you get older, you have a buildup of senescence in your tissue. Well, that means that toxins and lipofusin starts to build up in these cells. You need to get rid of them. And when you get rid of them, when the cells get out of senescence and go into apoptosis and you get rid of them, the tissue can sometimes regenerate if you have adult stem cells in those tissues. So you are actually kind of repopulating your tissues with younger cells from the basal layer of from your adult stem cells. Your adult stem cells are in this basal layer that will regenerate, okay? So resveratrol helps with that. So it's helping your mitochondrial health. It's slowing down the aging process, and it's getting rid of cells that have been in senescence. So if you have adult stem cells in those tissues, you're going to regenerate new cells that have longer telomere lengths. So that means that if you do a comparison where you get rid of those senesced cells, the average telomere lengths in the tissue start to be longer. Well, that's a metric for youthfulness. There's many different metrics for youthfulness. One metric is telomere length. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get resveratrol. It slows down the aging process and gets rid of senescent cells. In addition, with resveratrol, it works really well if you stack it with C60, ubiquinol, NAD+, okay? And vitamin B complex, really important for cellular metabolism, helps with the mitochondrial health. The first 4 B vitamins helps with the electron transport chain, so it boosts up your ATP. That's really important for your immune system, really important for your muscles, really important for your neurons, really important so you can live. You need ATP, all right? So you need vitamin B complex, but also B12 is really important for your neurons. When you get older, you need healthy neurons. Why? Because you want to be able to walk. So if you don't, and you want to think and be able to talk, right? So you're going to have to maintain your neurons, your central neurons, central nervous system, and your peripheral nervous system. So taking vitamin B complex is really important for that. All right. It'll help with the cellular metabolism and slow down that whole aging process. So please go to my store and get the vitamin B complex. All right, with that, I'm going to pass on the mic, continue the conversation that we had earlier. Hello?
Hi, Paul.
Hi. Welcome
Sorry,
back.
I caught you at a good moment when you were talking about Trump renaming the Gulf of Mexico.
Right.
Sorry, I had to jump off for a quick thing for half an hour.
It's all right.
But to go back to I think we were having a really important conversation about Las Vegas. So some things. One thing is let's say you. The thing about the Cybertruck is it's literally self-drivable. Like it's self-driving. They could remote drive it. So the thing about it is let's say they killed a guy, I don't even know if it's that guy, or if the guy literally did commit suicide, and then they just drive the truck there, and it's their own. I mean, there's a number of possibilities of what happened.
But my understanding is that Tesla has a server that tracks these vehicles. So you would know that it's in autopilot mode.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
So, and they didn't say it wasn't. They didn't say it was. Yeah. But Tesla should know this.
You're saying Tesla would know if they've been hacked too, like by the government?
I would think so. According to my understanding of how the vehicle works is they have a lot of telemetry that keeps them being fed to Starlink, and Starlink feeds it back to their servers at headquarters at Tesla.
Oh wow!
And that's how they can update these cars. They update the software remotely.
That's pretty smart. But you know, if you took a 22, if somebody took a 22 and shot themselves in the head, I don't think they'd be able to then light off a bomb. So what the hell is that about? And he took a 50 cal.
They said it was an Eagle something.
It's like a 50 cal. That thing is a 50 cal.
So he would have blown his head off.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's obvious his head wasn't off when according to that picture that I saw. Yeah. So you know, something's not right. Something's not right. There's no way if he shot himself with a 50 caliber, he wouldn't have a head.
Yeah, but then how did he then blow up the bomb if he had just shot himself? How do you do that? I don't get it.
See, if he shot himself from the side, the 50 cal would have hit the window. It didn't.
Yeah.
And so if he shot it from the front,
yeah,
that picture would have shown that the head would have been off. His head turned slightly to his left, and then the explosion took place. He just slightly to the left.
Exactly. The other possibility is he shoots himself. I don't even think this is possible. I mean, this is crazy. The other thing is this guy, as many people have said, is highly, highly trained. You know what I mean? He wasn't only just special forces guy, right. So he knows how to make bombs.
Right.
And people were saying he knows how to make bombs that could actually like blow up half that Trump Tower.
Right.
So so to me, his IED, because I think they said maybe he had fireworks in there, that was for show. In other words, it seems like
I think he was supposed to deliver the truck and walk away. That's what I think was the plan.
Right. Because and again, what better way to give a message to Trump than to do it kind of in an empty place like Las Vegas Trump Tower in front of it where there's not too many people. Weirdly enough, I think there were a few people outside when this truck went off. Okay?
There were 6. I heard there were 6 or 7 people injured from the shrapnel.
Yeah. So,
but not major injuries, just minor.
Oh, interesting. So, right. So it's not like he didn't pack shrapnel into even what he was doing, because he didn't pack like ball bearings or nuts or screws.
No, this is just from the explosion and just
like
pieces.
The glass.
Yeah, pieces of the truck, little pieces or whatever hit people.
But what better way to send a warning to Trump? Because if you called Trump or you met Trump and the deep state, right? They want to warn Trump. You can't tell Trump because he'll go public with it or he'll use it against you. So you do it in front of a building that has Trump's name on it, and you blow up something for show, not for effect. Not for explosive, actual to do damage or really kill people. You do it in front of a named Trump property with Trump's name, and then the other thing is you warn. Who else do you warn? You warn the other person who's really close to Trump, which is Elon Musk, and you say, "Good." But the other thing is like,
and blame it on and think about it. They blame it on a terrorist group, and Trump's going to align with Israel. There's going to be more conflict in the Middle East during 2025, and then it opens up plausible deniability of the national security state doing some sort of like false flag operation.
The other thing is they could use this. I saw one person said this, and I had thought about it before he said it, which is they could use this sort of thing to say, look, you see veterans, MAGA. There were some people that were saying, oh, he's right wing or he's MAGA, whatever, or he's pro-Trump. So their thing is, oh, look, pro-Trump people are a terrorist threat.
Well, I think it's trying to put individuals in that Biden category where they were, he was saying, oh, it's white supremacists, and you got to worry about the right wingers. They are more dangerous than the terrorists.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't make sense that such a highly trained, highly decorated soldier flip out and do something so stupid. I mean, it just seems like there was some sort of operation. I mean, I don't know how these special forces guys work, but I mean, if they were told by their commanding officers that there's an operation and that this is what he needs to do, I mean, I don't know. Would these soldiers would they do it or would they not do it?
Well, and in other words, they might not even tell them what's actually really going to happen. They just tell them, oh, go here at this time. There was like, I think Timothy McVeigh, what did he say or something? He said that, in other words, or they'll send a guy and they say, oh, it's a dummy bomb, and then they could blow it up. I don't know.
Right.
And it's
I just had this feeling that he was supposed to walk away from the truck, and that it was supposed to be a kind of fear tactic against Elon and against Trump. Yeah, but then
that makes the most sense, because then you get the warning of you warn both people.
But why would he play into it? I mean, he's not a dumb guy. Why would this Green Beret play into that?
Yeah.
I mean, he obviously knew what he was. How could he not check to see? I mean, he picked up the truck. He picked up the truck from the rental place. The rental place doesn't have it wired with explosives. So he must have delivered the truck, or he himself wired the truck. So he knew somehow, some way that the truck was wired.
I mean,
so I don't understand why he would have even gotten himself into a situation where he's driving a truck to the Trump Tower.
Well, is it possible like somebody else rigged the truck and then he didn't know because the stuff was in the trunk?
Yeah, but there's. My understanding is that he was the one that picked up the truck.
Right. That was my understanding too.
Right. So I mean, he didn't look. He didn't. I mean, all right. So he's going to drive this truck to the Trump Tower, and he didn't bother to look in the back of the truck.
Well, you know what the JFK.
And where did these weapons come from? They were in the car. They were in the truck. They weren't in the bed. So he must have known. He had, you know, he knew that these, unless those guns are just planted after the incident. But here again, it gets to the realm of conspiracy, and it gets into the realm you can't prove anything now, because even whatever the official story is may be suspect. But something doesn't seem right, and I do feel that it was a warning shot at Trump and Elon.
And they said like he was kind of pro-Trump or whatever. Like, and I heard a special force guy, I think it was, or somebody saying that most of these special forces are pro-Trump or whatever.
There's
so like,
no way they would be. I just don't see a special force guy blowing up a cyber truck at the Trump Tower on New Year's Day. I just don't. This story just doesn't make sense. Now, the incident in New Orleans, I can see someone, because of financial and, you know, spiraling, you know, emotionally downward, where he gets radicalized. I can see that happening. That seems more plausible. But this special force guy, there was no signs of this. There's no signs of instability, mental instability. So what the hell happened? Something doesn't make sense. It just makes you wonder, like, how many things are actually military operations domestically?
I was talking with, I mentioned before, like somebody who had gone through the farm, you know, had been trained, like as a spy.
Yeah.
He told me after he did a career working in this stuff, he said to me that he's a conspiracy theorist because of what he's seen.
He turned into a Fox Mueller.
He said that, like, he believes in conspiracies because, but he spent a career in the spy stuff.
You know, I would say that many things, not all, but many things our government's doing, and it backfires on us. They're trying to do something, you know, maybe that is beneficial, and then somehow it backfires, and then they have to cover it up, and then they have to do something to cover it up, and another thing that covers up, and that backfires, and they're just caught in a web of lies.
Yeah.
I just feel that another 9/11 is coming. I just feel it.
Paul, I think what happened on January 1st, and January 1st was very symbolic. What did Sarah Adams, the CIA targeter, said? Their plan was, actually, she said that their plan was to send a few people from ISIS. And the guy had an ISIS flag on his truck. Mm-hmm. So they're going to send a few people from ISIS to make America think these are ISIS attacks. And then when the big attack happens, America's going to think it's ISIS.
Right.
And not Al-Qaeda.
And that sets in motion for further involvement in the Middle East to take out Iran.
Yeah, and I think that let me just shut this off. I thought that but it is so, like I said, January 1st, what is it telling us? It's telling us, it's fitting in with what Sarah Adams, the CIA targeter, was saying. This year is going to be the year of terrorist attacks against us. And they're starting off with a small, and you know how these things work, is they first do a small thing. It was like 9/11 didn't happen all of a sudden.
Right.
It had been a buildup.
Right.
And so that's what I think we're going to see, is we're going to see one, it was one, and then we're going to see more, and maybe multiple at a time, and then will be the big one, you know?
But the thing is what would the big one be? They're not going to use a plane into a building this time. It's going to be something different.
Well, here's another thing that, what Sarah Adams was saying was that now they have a new explosive material. And if you read some of the news articles, we're saying that there was a peculiar thing about this explosive material that there's no way he knew how to make it himself. And
so with the New Orleans guy, so there was this organic substance that seems to be rare to procure. So how did this guy get it unless the government gave it?
Well, what they're saying, what Sarah Adams said was that there's, in the Middle East, they have this new kind of, basically these terrorists in Afghanistan, they have this new kind of explosive material that dogs are not trained on, and that the machines they can't detect because it's new. And so what she's wondering is whether the explosive, those IEDs that didn't go off in New Orleans, whether those were that new material that can't be detected. And so what she's saying is what she said is the Russians are helping bring in explosives for these terrorists. And then the other thing, I was reading this book on China, or I just started reading it. It's Steve Bannon's talked about it quite a bit, but it's called Unrestricted Warfare, translated from the original PLA documents. It's written by two People's Liberation Army Chinese colonels. And basically, one of the things I was just reading the intro or the cover of the book, and it was saying that one of China's strategies is that America should always be faced with terrorism. So it's interesting. And then there was another book I read by a guy who wrote a lot, Gordon Thomas. He wrote a lot about.
Wait, let's go back to just what's the reason to keep America just faced with terrorism? What, just to fund the national security state, just to create people in the country that need fear, or what?
I think so that they're not in the Pacific theater.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, I didn't read it. I haven't read it. I'll let you know once I read it. But that's what I was thinking when I read it.
Yeah, but the national, I mean, the CIA, if they there's not a war they don't like. All right, so they want the national security state wants war, no matter where it's at. All right, so if there is a reason to go toe to toe with the PLA, we would. So if there was some sort of terrorism that was from the Chinese, that's just opening up more defense spending, more troop deployment in the Philippines, in South Korea, in Japan, around the islands that surround Taiwan. There's some small islands. So it would not be a good strategic move for the Chinese to poke us, for us to only increase our defense spending. I mean, the Navy is begging for more defense spending dollars.
Yeah.
All right, but if in the news we can point to a terrorist attack that is tied to the PLA, it would be instantaneous extra funds for the Navy. So it just doesn't seem like a good strategy from the Chinese, because the strategy from the Chinese is, if you're strong, act weak, and if you're weak, act strong. Well, if they're doing a military build out, they're probably going to side with just being quiet and not trying to poke us.
Yeah. There was another book by Gordon Thomas who wrote about the Mossad. He wrote a lot of books about intelligence and that sort of thing. And I had read his book, or I read part of it at least, many years ago. It was questioning whether China's relationship with 9/11. Because I think China's border either is on or very close to Afghanistan. I'm going to pull it up. But while I'm pulling that up, here, let me see, Afghanistan. While I'm pulling that up, okay, so there's China. No, I think there's a tiny part of China. If you look at the map, there's a tiny part of China that's touching Afghanistan. Yep, there it is. So, anyway, but yeah, I think we are. So what she was saying was with the CIA targeter, Sarah Adams was saying, was that with this like invisible kind of explosives, they'll be able to get on a bunch of planes and blow up planes, you know, mid-flight or I don't know. You
It's
know,
interesting you bring that up because another data point that I've been kind of focusing on is just, why were there so many planes that were falling out of the sky? It's shut in such a short amount of time. Runway issues, you know. So there were 3 planes that had problems, all in the same week, within like days of each other. And the plane that was, you know, shot at, and there was the, you know, then there was the landing issue, and it hit the barrier. I don't know. Something's not right. Something doesn't feel right.
Well, the 2 thoughts when I saw that was one DEI and the other was China.
Yeah, but that many, three planes all in just days of each other?
Well, the other thing
they were all Boeing too. They were all. I thought they were all Boeing.
What about Chinese or Russian hacking?
It could be. Could.
Yeah. So I think what Sarah Adams was saying was there's going to be this massive, say, 1,000-person. The final attack in the United States is going to be this massive 1,000-person attack, I guess, and you know, it'll be 100 locations, and they'll, you know, it's very easy to get rifles in this country, you know. And
so each attack, how many people do you think they would take out?
I think she was saying it's like 10 person per attack, so you have 100 groups, and so you probably just do that in a bunch of places, and but what they're going to do is so they're going to have these invisible explosives. You know, maybe they'll get them on planes or I don't know what, and so they'll do that. Then they'll have these Fedayeen terrorists, which means they're going to fight to the death, and they'll probably have rifles, you know, like AR-15s or AK-40, whatever, and which they can easily get at gun shops, and then, you know, probably through, even if they can't legally purchase it, somebody else can and give it to them. And so, you know, a friend of theirs, like a fellow terrorist who's an American or whatever, and so they go and they do these, so they have, you know, simultaneous explosions and these terrorists running all over the place, shooting, and then what if they, you know, put some, you know, like nuclear material as part of the bomb, you know, so that, like some radiological material, which is easy to get, apparently, and then you have a bunch of dirty bombs all over them. Yeah, so that's my understanding so far.
I mean, if there was 100 attacks all at once, or even just days apart.
Yeah, like waves.
You know, right? You know, and there were 10 or 20 people per attack that were killed. I mean, that would be all over the news. And all the soccer moms out there would just, you know, go, I need safety, forget my constitutional freedoms. You could just see it playing out. Someone from CNN going on a New York street corner and just asking a bunch of libtards, you know, should we increase our safety? Are you willing to take away your civil liberties to feel safe? And they would all say yes.
Well, and you know what's coming. This guy wasn't. I don't know if he was born in America. This terrorist, but he was an American citizen. So what's going to happen is they might say, meaning once this thing escalates and there's a lot more of this, they might say, oh, we need to not just spy foreign, but we need to turn inside. So everybody's going to be spying.
Well, I mean, these agencies have studied psychology, and group psychology and individual psychology. So whatever they want to do, it seems as though they're going to do it in 2025. And they had to hit New Year's Day, or early in the morning. Why? Well, it's the beginning of the year. People are out, so they're easy targets. But not only that, there is this kind of like, almost like they're pulsing. They're pulsing like fear. So fear will die down, all right? It's like a moving window, like a moving average window, you know, in trading. So they're going to pulse again in March. They're going to have to pulse again, maybe either late February or early March, to get that cortisol level back up again in the society in fear mode. And whatever they do, it's going to be bigger than the truck incident and the New Orleans incident. It has to be. Because if it's not, then they're not going to be able to get that fear. Because if it was something benign, then people would just not even pay attention to it too much. They'd forget about it. So it has to be like something like 10 people are killed or 20 people are killed, something bigger. They have to pulse it in March, and then they're going to do another pulse 2 months later that will be even bigger, and then wait, and then do the big event. So that takes you into, okay, say March, 2 months later, April, May, so you're in May, then then do something in August.
Oh, interesting. I see your point here.
Do something in the summer, August, with this multi-hit event.
And she also said that, you know, their plan is 2025, but it could be pushed off, like if necessary. And like to 2026, for example, like I think October 7th was pushed off because America had killed Ayman al-Zawahiri.
No, but here's the problem, though. The closer you get to, well, I guess you could argue it both ways. But my thinking is that the closer you are to midterm elections, if there was a terrorist attack on the homeland, either false flag or not, more people would probably vote Republican than Democrat. And the country would go on a war footing. So that would be beneficial to the Republican Party, not the Democratic Party. So if you're going to do this and to try to gain seats in the midterm election, you'd have to do it in 2025. You can't do it in 2026. Unless seat gaining for the Democratic Party is not part of the calculus. If they want Trump's administration to have less power, then they'd have to do it in 2025. Trump will gain power in 2026 if they do it for the midterm election, because he'll go in a war footing. We need to, fight these terrorists and fight China. He's going to have a war footing. The Democratic Party doesn't have a war footing. The ones that they placate to are pacifists.
Yeah, they're crazy.
Yeah, so it seems that whatever event would take place would help Trump. The thing is that it would hurt Hegseth, Tulsi, and Cash if they're trying to restructure the national security state. Because if an event happens, then they can't restructure, and it makes more sense to do it in 2025 when they're planning the cutting of the funds. If they do it in 2026, they've already done the cutting.
Yeah, that's a big problem for those.
Yeah, so it makes more sense. It makes more sense if this event takes place to stop the funds being cut, to have it happen in 2025, not 2026.
There's this former 60 Minutes reporter, Lara Logan, and she posted on Twitter saying that she heard from her sources that the CIA was pushing their people in Afghanistan to get ISIS to hit in the United States. But even though that sounds so crazy, back in, I think it was Garland, Texas, there was an FBI either agent or informant, and he was pushing this terrorist to go kill people in America. It's crazy. And the guy almost did it. The reason why he didn't was he was stopped and pulled over by a police officer. Something happened like that. And so, or was shot by a police officer. So, I mean, it's happened before.
I feel that something's going to happen. I feel that it's going to happen in 2025. But it could happen in 2026. But it just, I don't know. I just feel that something's coming. I feel it. And the thing is that it was the first year for Bush Jr.'s term when 9/11 happened. It wasn't the second year. It was the first year.
Yeah, actually, it was before Bush was able to really get his
Exactly. That's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making. To
Like,
cut
hit them when
the
they're still
restructuring, you hit in the first year.
hit them when they're still unsteady.
Yeah.
Because, but you're exactly right about the Doge thing. Because as soon as this thing happens, everybody's going to forget about Doge, and everybody's going to just concentrate on, okay, what do we have to do? And it doesn't matter how much money we spend, So
I mean, if nothing happens, Doge is going to try to cut funding to the CIA and the FBI. There's going to be restructuring of the leadership at these agencies. So if this happens, then the national security state is weakened, which I want that to happen. I want the national security state to be weakened. I think they've just grown too big. In a right after 9/11, they just grown too big. They have too much power. So, okay, so that's what needs to happen, but the national security state has means and methods to stop that from happening. And if they do an event in the United States and spin it as some sort of jihadist, terrorist, operation, then they're going to go to Congress and they're going to get a ton of money. And so anything that Trump wanted to do with the restructuring of the agencies and to reduce their power is going to be reversed, and they're going to gain more power.
The other strange thing is there's always that calm before the storm. It's so odd that apparently since 1988, every time the Democrats have always, in some manner, they'll make a motion to oppose certifying the Republican president. This time they didn't, and it just seems they're putting up no resistance pretty much.
Wait. Let's say that again. Previous presidencies, they had conversations to not certify?
What happens is
I've never heard
I
that.
think it's more of a procedural thing.
Right.
What happens is in Congress, the other day on the 6th,
Right.
they counted the votes of all the states.
Right.
So what I was reading, I don't know if it was on Twitter or in a news article, it was saying that since 1988, like every time, it's more of a procedural thing. Some hack in the back, says, oh, I assume it's something like this, we object, and then everybody just votes them down. So I guess that's probably what they mean by object, But I guess what I'm saying is
so they had one representative just objecting to the certification. Okay.
It's kind of like how Trump was going to object in 2020 to the election.
Right.
Something like that, but on a smaller scale. So and so I think like Bush and Gore, that during that election, it was probably a bigger one, but some of these elections probably smaller, like some backbencher, makes a motion, but making a motion doesn't mean anything, it's like you have to have the agreement of the
So the actual certification is in the House and not the Senate?
Yeah, what happens is it's a joint session. All the senators come over, and it's like a joint session.
All right, who's actually voting? Who's actually certifying? A senator or a representative from that state?
Let me think.
I thought it was the Senate that did it.
Okay, I was watching this video on C-SPAN. What it is this is the part I caught, but I don't know if I watched the actual vote. What happens is they have these people that representatives or senators, and they get up and they announce, okay, Alabama, the paper that they sent over looks correct and looks original, it looks like it's and that these, that's what happens. I don't think any of them vote. I think they just say, because they just say, Alabama's for Trump. He gets
right. So my understanding is a state compiles the votes, the governor certifies it and sends it to Washington D.C. My understanding is that it was the Senate that actually certifies the vote, or maybe I'll rephrase it, accepts the certification from the governors.
Well, I'm not sure. I do know that I was watching this video, and they brought in these big leather like leather boxes,
Mhm.
and in it were the official like certifications from all the states, and then they just read them, and then after that, I think they just announced that okay, Trump won because he has the requisite, the correct number of electors. Now, normally, I think what this would mean is that somebody, a senator, maybe a representative, could stand up and say, "Oh, I object to Alabama's certification." That's probably how it's gone in the past, because there's an issue with it or something. You know what I mean? That's probably how it's gone.
Right.
Now, what I'm saying is it's so weird how everything is so quiet. There's
Yeah,
no
but they may
Antifa.
have not done their typical minority dissent, right?
Yeah.
Because of what happened on January 6th, 4 years ago. And they just they may just didn't want to, as just a political stunt, just make it seem it went really smooth for the transition from a Democrat to a Republican, but it wasn't smooth from the Republican to the Democrat side.
Actually, I think you might be right, because I remember now that after Trump tried to object or wanted to object, they passed this law that said that like the vice president had no ability to stop it in the future. So I don't know. You might be right that actually the representatives and the senators they might not even have much power to actually stop it because of a law they passed.
I don't know. But just political optics. Just just cordial through the transition of power, just makes it just look better for the Democratic Party. If the Democratic Party, someone, even if it was a minority, was dissenting on the certification, it just has bad optics. So it's just just from a political point of view, it just makes more sense. I'm not sure if it's a calm before the storm. I just think that it was just a political calculation. It just looked better in the news. Because they want to demonize. They're going to try to demonize the January 6th incident in the midterm election in 2 years, even though it would have been 6 years old then. So they're still going to say we did the peaceful transition, but the first term Trump didn't. So they're still going to try to demonize, even though he'll pardon everybody and all that, and it's just really water under the bridge. But the thing is that they're going to continually bring up the same thing. It's similar. It's similar to what's going on with the sentencing. So Trump's going to be sentenced on January 10th for the porn star payments. So he's going to get sentenced, and he's going to be a officially convicted felon based on New York law. Right? And so officially, the Democratic Party during the midterms could keep on demonizing Trump as a convicted felon.
Oh, that's true.
And that you're voting for a party that's run by a convicted felon. You can just imagine the way the advertisements would be, during the midterm in these local races. So they want to hurt the Republican Party the most they can during the midterm election, and another way they can do it is just say, we did peaceful transition of power. They didn't back during January 6th of 2020. That will be another, what? It will be part of their, I don't think it will stick. I think the average citizen won't even care. But, 6 years from, 6 years in the rearview mirror is, people have goldfish memories. I don't think it really will stick, but they're trying to demonize his administration, and I do feel that an event in 2025 or 2026 is going to hurt his plans of restructuring the national security state and push in motion some sort of emergency power very similar to what happened after 9/11.
Yeah, and I've been watching that India's putting in new restriction on that. It's just like they could just do another pandemic too.
Well, that's I don't because of the censorship, I don't want to talk about it in this show.
Yeah, my bad.
But I did talk about it in episode 69 that hasn't been published yet, but I will be publishing it today. I recorded it earlier this morning. But, yeah, you know, I go into detail about that, but I agree with you. There's a high probability of that happening.
Yeah. But let me bring up two other things, and this could just be, you know, simple reasons why it's quiet, but there's no Antifa in the streets this time. There's no big, you know, protest riots. The Democrats seem almost unstable, as if like a boxer who's reeling, you know, who's reeling and doesn't have his head about it. I'm wondering, are we in the quiet before the storm, you know?
Well, you're making a good point. Is it that the leaders of the Democratic Party transmitting to a BLM or Antifa movement, be quiet, stay in silent mode? Or is it that they've been transmitting a message to be violent, but the transmission mechanism is broken because people are starting to just not want to participate in it anymore? I'm more of the latter than the former. I'm thinking the transmission mechanism is broken. If you listen to that speech that Kamala had, where she kind of looked drunk. Remember that one? Where she kind of looked drunk, and she's like, you know, never let them take the, you know, so she was in a way inciting violence, trying to activate like a BLM Antifa movement. It didn't take hold. Now, why? Because I think the transmission mechanism is broken. The same thing when Daniel Penny was not convicted of killing the in that subway incident.
Yeah.
They tried to activate BLM. There was a peaceful protest that happened in New York. Nothing crazy. It didn't happen. So the transmission mechanism is broken. Why it's broken, I don't know. I mean, maybe people are just worried about, you know, work and inflation, and they just, you know, I don't know. Or maybe some of the funders for these groups are pulling the funds. They don't feel. Now, what was interesting in New York, the ones that were protesting right after Daniel Penny court case, most of them were not black.
Yeah, like
communists. You know, but it was peaceful protesting. It wasn't like crazy stuff. And if I remember, it was only for one day. It may have been 2 days or a day and a half, but it was. But the family members, they wanted the BLM movement to be activated.
Yeah.
They were right in front of the courthouse saying they wanted it. You need to protest, and you need, you know, to raise your voice and blah blah blah. This is unfair, and you know, this is racism and blah blah blah. Right? So they were trying to transmit to Antifa and BLM to activate. They didn't. Why?
Yeah.
So I just think that the transmission mechanism is broken. It's not so much that they're in stealth mode, because you had the family members, the black family members that were tied to the Daniel Penny court case, trying to activate BLM, and you had Kamala that was trying to activate BLM. It didn't happen.
Yeah, that lines up with this guy who's an expert on Antifa, Andy No. I think it's GNO or something. And he said, I watched a recent interview, and he said that I think the reason why Antifa's sort of more subdued right now is, in order for them to work, they have to have big protests that they could blend into. Because they're the ones that, like, they basically hijack a peaceful protest and then start smashing windows. But if you don't have the cover of these big groups, then they can't really hide.
And that would make sense what happened right after the Daniel Penny court case, because the crowd was small.
Yeah, and also the money thing, I think you're right about the money is drying, has at least dried up partially, because a lot of these people, a lot of these corporations, they're going the other way of woke. They're going anti-woke. They're trying to undo their woke stuff now. And so a lot of those corporations, I think, were giving money to BLM and DEI and stuff that would fund people like Antifa. And so I think that, and what's interesting, Facebook, he's bringing on more conservatives now, like you mentioned, I think. So I think, and also, just to kind of pivot just a bit, it's interesting. We moved from, there's these different oligarchies, these different controlling groups. And so now the oligarchy that really has brought Trump over the line to win the election, I think, was the sort of the new tech. They call themselves little tech. So Elon Musk and all those like Palantir, all those like, crypto, Anduril, I don't know if you're familiar with that company, but it's all these so you have like the big tech, which is like Google, Facebook, Apple, they're like anti-Trump. Well, now they're trying at least somewhat partially to align more with Trump. But if the little tech, like Mark Andreessen, Elon Musk, Joe Lonsdale, David Sachs, Peter Thiel, a lot of those guys, those were the guys that, really helped Trump over the line and legitimized Trump a lot. And and I guess I'm bringing it up to say, it's interesting how I heard somebody say that maybe that you can't necessarily go from, it's not like the people always rule, it's like you have to have an oligarchy to help the people so you need one oligarchy to remove another oligarchy, So it's like you had the English controlling America before the fight for independence, the war for independence, but you had an oligarchy within this nation fight that oligarchy, and it's an interesting.
Well, I definitely think over time, because of the wealth creation through the stock market, that we're creating an aristocracy. We're having this huge split between the have and the have-nots. See, back in the Industrial Revolution, and America becoming a superpower in industry, you didn't have that many tycoons. Maybe 10 at most. The Carnegie days and the Rockefeller days, right?
Yeah.
But now, because of wealth creation with the stock market and lots of different businesses that have churned out lots of billionaires, we have built up an aristocracy that the average person isn't going to have the same power of persuasion. Now, in a perfect world, it's we the people, and our representatives are supposed to listen to us. The reality is that our representatives listens to the rich and the powerful and the lobbying group, and not the little people. So there's the haves and the have-nots. So this is a problem in America now. It's just that we used to be a little bit, during the founding of the country, the haves and the have-nots, the plantation owners and the ones that didn't own the plantation, there was obviously a difference in wealth, but there wasn't this major extreme change. The average person in America didn't live that much worse than, let's say, Jefferson. I mean, Jefferson was wealthy, but he also had a lot of debt, right? So he did have a better life than the average person, but there wasn't that much of a big change in the way he was living versus the way the average American was living. You look at now, the average person living, the average American, and how they live, right? And the amount of money that they have compared to someone that has $50 billion is totally different. The disparity is far greater. So there's this kind of so we're moving more towards the little people versus the aristocracy, just like the French Revolution.
It's crazy. And I was listening to the guy who might become the French Prime Minister, Pierre Paul. He was explaining the other day on Well, he was explaining that basically the poor people, when there's inflation, you know, you're like a wage slave. So if everything becomes more expensive, that means you have less money. But the rich people, they hold assets, so their assets just inflate. That's an interesting point.
And think about, why are they so afraid of deflation? Why is the government so afraid of deflation?
I've always wondered that. Yeah.
Well, no, well, I mean, there's, again, it's two sides of the coin, right? It depends on what side of the fence you're on, all right? And I'll walk it through it. So if you are poor, inflation is bad for you because the money that you do make through your wage, doesn't go as far, so you can't buy the same number of groceries or whatever. So everything that you are buying is more expensive. Now, people that have wealth, they have moved wealth into assets that can appreciate, and they appreciate in real terms or in inflationary terms. Now, during an inflationary bout, those assets will go up for people that have real estate or stock or whatever. So they have an appreciation through those assets. Now, the problem comes in is that if you are an individual that has, let's say, a mortgage, and it's a fixed mortgage, fixed, not adjustable, an inflationary situation is actually better for you in the long run.
Yeah.
Because you're paying with cheaper dollars on a fixed loan. So the loan issuer is getting cheaper dollars and is losing money.
The loan issuer is losing.
Right, so the bank is losing money, and this is the reason why during inflationary pressures, the banks want you to move to an adjustable mortgage.
Oh, wow.
Okay, now, the other side is that, let's say, now let's play the game where it's deflation. If you have a loan that's fixed and you're a little person, right? Then you're giving to the bank more expensive dollars. So the bank's really making money on you. Okay? So for the little person, deflation with loans that are fixed, it would be a problem. If it's adjustable, it's actually better for the little person and not the bank, because there's an adjustment of the value of the dollar being transferred. Now, for people that are rich, that have assets, and most people that are rich have most of their assets in real estate or in stock, during a deflationary situation, stock prices go down, and hard assets like real estate go down. And this is the main reason why the rich are afraid of deflation, and they prefer to just pump the system with monetary spending and have an inflationary bout. Because they benefit from their hard assets, and there are some people that will benefit that are poor, that have a fixed loan in an inflationary bout. They're okay, but the problem is that any gain that they had from that is probably eaten up by the high inflation on other goods and services that they purchase. So they benefit, the rich benefit from an inflationary bout. They will lose money, most of their money, if there's deflation. And there is the big so the Achilles heel of the aristocracy in the United States is deflation. And this is the reason why the Federal Reserve always pumps money into the system, because they cannot have the aristocracy fail.
Well, and that's why they said that they said that the prices that we see now will never go down.
No, it'll never. Well, I mean, in economic terms, we call it sticky. Prices are sticky, or inelastic is the more scientific way of saying it. But the thing is that their prices are inelastic. Most prices are inelastic, and they're sticky. So what happens is that when you have an inflationary bout, it's not going to come down. And so what happens is the only way to recover is to slowly increase wages to kind of grow into that inflationary situation, the monetary inflationary bubble. So it's kind of like in the cosmos. If you look at it from just like cosmic inflation, so you have space that inflates, and then eventually you have matter that moves into that new space. So the economy is kind of like that. The monetary base inflates, that's like space. And then the real economy, activity of human beings, right, starts to get more and grows into that inflationary regime.
Oh, wow.
Right? So it will never go down. It will never go down. Unless there is something like major plague, lots of people die, where it's 10% of the, or 30% of the world population truncated, and, and then you have a wealth transfer that takes place through that deflationary mechanism. But that's, it's war, like not just like the wars that we have today, like a world war like 1 or 2, where there's millions of people that die, right? And the wars that we have today, millions of people around the world may die, but not in, not in 3 battles. So it just serious levels of death and destruction would have to take place that causes a supply-demand dynamic difference that forces everything to become cheaper. So, and the last time that mankind really saw that, where a huge shift in wealth from the aristocracy to or the monarchies to the poor, was during the Dark Ages, where you had plague and then a collapse of the system. There weren't enough workers to work as serfs, and eventually income levels grew. But then it came back. Then eventually there was a new aristocracy that was established, and then and then the division between the poor and the rich started to divide again. So you have to have mass destruction for it to make the system fair.
Wow.
So so it'll never come back. Eggs are going to stay at $8, or whatever it is. It's now if you're looking at commodities like oil, it's going to fluctuate. Sometimes it's going to be $100 a barrel. Sometimes it's going to be $55 a barrel. Because of supply and demand dynamics. But the actual price of different services or certain goods, I mean, it's always going to be higher. I mean, think about it. If you're a company and you're constantly telling your investors that you need to have a better bottom line and top line growth, the only way to do that is sell more goods and or increase the price of each of the services or goods that you sell.
Yeah.
So inflation, it's not transitory. It's that, sometimes it is transitory when you have, all right, a couple months high oil price, all right, and then it comes back down. So gasoline prices go up, so it costs more to fuel your car, and then people get upset, and then maybe stop driving, and maybe they don't drive as much or whatever, they don't do vacations, and then the demand for the gasoline goes down and the price goes down. But if it stays up long enough, it gets baked into other goods and services that stay permanent. And that's what we have now. The inflation is not, anyone that thinks that the price of goods are going to go down is crazy. It's not going to happen. It's sticky. It's just the only thing that's the feel of them being cheaper would be wages improving. Now that could happen if the society is productive, but we'll see if the society becomes more productive. I think that AI is going to cause the system to be even worse. The rich are going to get richer off of AI, and the poor are going to get poorer because they're not employed.
Wow. Gosh, I could ask you some some questions about economics. But just to go back for a second about about the future, you know, we're about one other thing about the terrorism thing. So what Sarah Adams, the CIA targeter, was saying was, you know, like I mentioned, the 1,000-person attack in the United States, but the other thing she said was they also have, I think, like 1,000 people or something in Europe. So they're going to do a similar thing in Europe. But before this, I guess, before the attack in the United States, now I'm not 100% sure on the 1,000 in Europe, but I'm pretty sure. The other thing is they're going to hit some U.S. embassies in Europe. So they're going to target U.S. embassies in Europe. So it's going to be, I guess, like ISIS small attacks like we've seen on January 1st.
That totally makes sense, because think about what Trump wants to do. He wants to force Europe to pay their way in NATO. He wants to pull away from NATO. But if incidents take place in NATO, then it forces Trump's hand, and he still has to do defense spending for NATO. And what happens is that individual countries within NATO will start to ramp up their defense spending.
Wow.
We're going to be marching into war. This is marching into World War.
World War III?
Yeah.
Well, where do you think, so when you draw the lines on World War III, where do you think Turkey ends up in this picture? Whose side are they on?
You know, you're bringing up, you know, historically, they've always had one foot in Western culture and another foot in Eastern culture, Middle Eastern culture. They've always been that way. So you bring up a great point. I mean, you know, which way will they fall? You know, I would suspect whoever is winning at the time. If the Western powers seem to have the upper hand, Turkey will align with the Western powers. But if the Middle Eastern powers have the upper hand, then Turkey will align with the Middle Eastern powers.
What about, do you think Israel survives this war?
I personally think Israel is going to take out Iran, and there's going to be a greater Israel.
Right.
Yeah, I just see this happening. I think what we are starting to see is biblical.
That makes sense. I mean, Iran it seems pretty weak. By weak, I mean their ally in Syria is gone.
So Sunni and Shia. So my understanding, Sunni is Saudi Arabia, Shia is Iranian. Now, you still there? You're still there.
Shia is Iran.
Yeah. So,
Iran.
Right. So Shia, the theocratic leader of the Shia movement is the Ayatollah. I believe that Israel is going to decapitate the Shia movement by killing off the Ayatollah, and we're actually going to see the kind of the death of the Shia movement and the legitimacy of the Sunni, and that the Sunni part of Islam, and that they're going to align, that the Sunni part of Islam is more aligned with Ishmael, and Ishmael is going to be aligning with Jacob, and that Shia is more aligned with Esau, not Ishmael, and that the evil part of Esau is going to be decapitated.
Yeah. Do you think that if China tries to take Taiwan, do you think America steps in?
If China tries to take over Taiwan, I think the United States has to support Taiwan because of the lanes for shipping.
Right.
And the semiconductor industry. I mean, it's going to take decades for it to be transferred to the United States.
Do you think that there's, say, a world war kicks off, which is basically everything you just said makes sense, and I agree with. If a world war kicks off, I guess you were saying that people, like if there's 1,000-person attack, Al-Qaeda attack in the United States, people are going to run to the recruiters. So maybe they won't need, I guess, because we have discussed this previously, like when I brought up the draft, they might not even need a draft. If you have 1,000
there's going to be such an emotional knee-jerk reaction that many people, early 20s, even 18-year-old males are going to enlist.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think you're going to have a similar dynamic that happened right after 9/11. Recruiting was not an issue right after 9/11 at all. You know.
I guess my question with recruitment was, if you didn't have the Middle East situation and you just had the China attack on Taiwan, then would they need to do a draft? You know?
That's a different story. If it was just the Taiwan situation,
right,
and there was no domestic hit, then I think that the recruiting would be harder. There has to be a domestic hit.
Yes, yes. And it's crazy because, Paul, I mean, if big things were to happen, whether you call it messianic, biblical, whatever, or, fourth turning, it seems like they're going to happen over these next 4 years because, there's a guy on Twitter I follow, Mike Cernovich, I don't know if you've heard of him, but...
I mean, he used to be interviewed on Alex Jones' show.
Yeah,
and I would, years ago, and I would watch some of those episodes, those segments. He's kind of cocky.
Very, very overconfident.
And because he's so cocky, I just I tuned out.
He's very overly cocky, but yes, but I will say one thing, he's gotten certain things right over the past number of years. One thing he said, which I agree with, is there's people, the amount of quality. Oh, by the way, for people who are interested, I started a Substack. It's called basedreporter.substack.com. And on it, I'm going to be doing research, and I'm going to be posting my research. So it's going to be like database research, not like trying not to do any speculation. So like right now, my first post is on all of Trump's appointments, nominations. So far, I count like 146. And what I do is I put the name there, and then I put Trump's language, and I have it ordered by like department. So I'm going to continue doing this, and then I plan on doing a few of these Substack posts like all of Trump's, all the actions Trump takes from, January 20th, but I'm starting to ramp up now.
Well, make sure that you, in the comment section, make sure you post the link. Yeah, post the link for the staff.
Okay, I'll do that. But one thing I've noticed is the quality of people, and I noticed this without even doing the compilation on the Substack, but one thing I'm noticing is the quality of people Trump is bringing in is really high. And Cernovich said with, such high quality, it's like almost like an omen for bad things are happening, bad things are going to happen. Because why would you need such high quality people? And so, and I just think, like, if you look at who Trump is building out in the cabinet, it's China hawks. It's people who are capable of, at the highest level of technology, of MAGA, of China hawk sort of types, and so I just think, like, if the next 4 years are like the perfect time for big things to happen, besides Trump doing whatever with Greenland and renaming Mount McKinley. He wants to rename the highest mountain, I think, in the United States, Mount McKinley. Obama changed it to Denali, but Trump really thinks highly of President McKinley, so he talked about renaming it Mount McKinley, which would be great. But Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America, all that stuff, Gulf of the United States, whatever, all that stuff. But besides that, if we get hit with the terrorism thing, and then we finally have to fight this caliphate, which is what it is, essentially. They're trying to build a caliphate. And it's like you said, we're going into the Third World War, and if it involves Taiwan as well, and Russia, China and Russia. And so I just think the perfect timing for them to do all that stuff is going to be over the next 4 years.
I totally agree with you. And I would not be surprised that it's already started. When you like try to delineate when did World War II start, it's not so, some would say, well, maybe it was 1939, maybe it was, the invasion into Poland or Czechoslovakia, or maybe it was, going all the way back to Japan invading, certain areas in Asia. Perhaps World War II was just a continuation, it was just a pause of World War I. That it never really, World War II never started. Or it was really just a continuation from an armistice deal from World War I, not World War II.
Yeah.
So where's that delineation? Who knows? I suspect that, World War III may have started with leaving Afghanistan and ramping up in Ukraine.
Yeah, the Afghanistan thing, what that did was it created an empty space. And,
or maybe we are in a 30-year war.
You mean that started in 9/11?
Yeah.
Oh, I think so.
Maybe this is our 30-year war.
And it never ended, it never ended, and but what's interesting is did fighting Russia actually help for what's going to come? Because Russia
yes, definitely. If it wasn't for fighting, see, I was against fighting Russia, right? Because I believe that NATO's expansionism caused the problem. That's my take on this, all right? But the war, that doesn't mean that positive things couldn't have come out of it. A lot has been learned about drone warfare in Ukraine. And that is going to be very important in the Middle East, and that's going to be very important using drone warfare against China, especially with naval battles. The knowledge gained in the battle space with Ukraine is invaluable.
Also, they said that, I don't know if it's true, but they said that the reason why Russia didn't stop the takeover in Syria was because they were too bogged down in, with Ukraine. So
right.
Basically, because Russia, historically, I think they've sided a lot with the people who have been enemies to the United States, like going back to the Cold War and stuff. So, like Russia sides with Iran, sides with Syria, sides with, all this stuff. And so it's interesting, maybe they did actually have a plan, and maybe this is why they were trying to weaken Russia, was so that they could then deal with the Middle East and China and things. I don't know.
I mean, I think a better play would have been aligned with Russia and do a two-front war with China.
I agree with you on that. Yeah, like apparently back during when Russia first, when the wall came down, Russia wanted to join NATO. This is what I heard. I never researched it, and why not? But
I think you're right, because I do remembering something coming up, but I'm not sure if they were serious or they were just trying to test the United States.
That's a good point. And was Russia?
Because what's the point of NATO if Russia is part of it?
Yeah, if Russia, right.
Because the whole point of NATO is to fight Russia.
Yeah. So, wow. Well, Paul, as we talked about the past few weeks, or back even further, this is what we were expecting. January 1st was what we were expecting, and we're starting to see where it's dripping out, and soon we're going to have, the water's going to come out much faster, stronger.
And it's going to be in different fronts. It's going to be a biological front. It's going to be, there's going to be, there's maybe some domestic terrorism front.
Yeah.
I mean, but I definitely feel this year is going to be packed full of events. I mean, it's only the 7th day of the year, and we're already changing maps.
Trump is already, they're having a party in DC. It's called the Coronation, which is, it's like MAGA, really like serious MAGA people. So like when Trump first won in 2016, they had a party, I forgot what it was called. And it was like all the serious MAGA people went to the party, like, because they go for the inauguration and then they go for the party, or the party for the inauguration. This time it's called the Coronation, which is so fitting because, first of all, it pisses off the libs because, they think we look at Trump as the king, as a dictator or whatever. But the other thing is like, Trump, like I said, like when I talked to you before, when he went to the church in France, the cathedral, to me it looked like he was treated as a king, and Trump is moving so fast. He's a lame duck, meaning he doesn't have to worry about re-election. So he just looks like he's going full force,
I think it's a combination that, it's his energy and wants to do something very profound for the country. But I also feel as though he's given a divine hand to help. That there's divine help in this, and that he's easing. It's like God is easing the road for him to allow him to do the things that the country needs to do.
Do you think he's almost like Churchill in the sense of, I didn't research this, but I heard that Churchill he wasn't liked, or he didn't, but he was the right man for the time.
Yeah.
For Britain,
and he had to reinvent himself and resurrect himself politically multiple times. He was kicked out, and then he came back, and then kicked out, and came back, and
Wow.
And so it's hard to understand UK politics because it doesn't seem stable at all. It seems like the moment you're in the unfavorable category, they kick you out. But Churchill was the right man for dealing with World War II. And shortly after that, they kicked him out. He wins the war and he's cut down.
Wow.
So he literally saved the UK.
Yeah.
So.
Do you think?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Do you think that we're going to see sort of a right wing wave in Canada, France, the UK? Do you think Nigel Farage is going to be elected in the UK as the new prime minister? Do you think that Paul Poilievre, or however you say his name, is going to be elected in October, or whatever it is, when they have their next election in Canada? And do you think like Le Pen is going to be elected in France and then AfD in Germany? Do you think, because if you were having a world war, you'd want those people in charge, because the right wing would really fight much harder against Islamic terrorism and China, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that just overall, the pendulum between socialism and conservatism, the pendulum is swinging towards conservatism.
That's true.
So I think that it's just, it's just the pendulum was too far to the socialism and this, some of the problems that come with socialism. So I do feel that there's a trend. Now, part of it is economic. The big elephant in the room is the United States, right? And the United States is saying, hey, fair trade, not free trade. And so maybe this conservatism pendulum in other countries is swinging more due to economic concerns than really some sort of social dynamic that's happening in the country. But I do think that you zoom out to the 50,000 foot level, I just think that conservatism is on the upswing.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just looking at the latest tweets to see if there's anything before we finish, just to see if there's anything interesting out of like about Greenland or let's see. I did see that Trump had said that some of the people that went to Greenland were his reps, were his representatives. So I think it is the start of something real.
I think I think it's going to evolve, and CNN is kind of trying to demonize it a little bit, saying that it's more like a political stunt. But I do think that there's some traction to this, and the military wants it. I mean, it makes sense to have Greenland in our orbit, you know?
And then we should also talk about Panama. I just see a tweet here about Panama. America has to control Panama.
Absolutely.
I mean,
if we're going to have a war with China,
yeah.
It makes zero sense that the operator of the Panama Canal is China. Now think about that. Trump is probably already thinking, if Taiwan gets hit, we're going to war with China. Now, does it make sense to allow China to be the operator of Panama? So why not push for control of the Panama Canal before the war starts? But I'm sure that our Navy could take the Panama Canal in a day.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
you know, take control of it. So I don't, maybe 2 days. But I mean, just, I'm not, so I don't, but we should have never gave it away. And I didn't know it was Carter that gave it away. President Carter was the one that gave it away.
I mean, how much more can
So he dies, Carter dies, right? And it's almost like the sun has set on bad foreign policy, and now the sun is rising for better foreign policy with Trump. And he's like, it's almost like, okay, we gave the Panama Canal back, or under Carter. Yeah. It ended up going to into operational control by China. Well, Carter dies. Trump pushes to gain control of the Panama Canal. All right, so that's a sun rising. Carter dies, and the whole peace agreement in the Middle East seems to be in flux, and that there's going to be a reestablishment of borders, and there is a reconfiguration of the Middle East that's taking place right now. So, and what's even funnier is that Brzezinski was his foreign policy advisor. Yeah. Well, that's Mika's father. That's on Morning Joe. So, and Mika and Morning Joe hate Trump. So Trump is literally trying to unravel Mika's father's foreign policy that was a catastrophe under the Carter administration.
And wasn't the Carter, it was under him that the whole Iran thing happened too?
Yeah, right. The Iranian hostage crisis.
Paul, here's an interesting tweet. It was during the press conference. I guess somebody asked him, "Can you promise not to invade, to take back the Panama Canal?" And Trump said no. That's funny.
No, you should have said no. Next question.
Yeah. After this, I'm going to go watch seeing whether there's any more interesting tweets on my feed just quickly. But let's see. Oh, reporter. Can you assure the world as you try to get control of Greenland? Oh, there's the question. Can you assure the world that as you try to get control of Greenland and the Panama Canal that you won't use military or economic coercion? And Trump says no. Let's see.
But I don't think he needs to be forceful with Greenland. I think there are many people in Greenland that want to be subsumed by the United States.
Could you believe that we're sending like millions and millions, like tens of millions of dollars a week to the Taliban? It's crazy.
You're right. It is crazy.
It's like,
and that sounds like CIA type stuff.
Yeah. Well, these maybe that's what's going on. But if these leftists, here would be an interesting thing that I thought about before. What if they're going to use those crazy terrorists, like the people in Syria? They're going to use them to take down Iran, because isn't Iran on the border of Afghanistan? And what?
So when you say the crazy terrorists, you're talking about the HTS?
Yeah. Well, because you wonder, why did they leave all that equipment there? And one thing I've wondered to myself, for many years, I guess I wonder if they purposely left the equipment there so that those terrorists could fight Iran. That would be interesting.
Well, yeah, that's possible. But if you don't have maintenance on this equipment, it breaks down. So we left Afghanistan in what, 2020 in 2021? Yeah, it was 21. So, you're talking about without proper maintenance of these vehicles, I'm not sure if they're really that operational now.
Yeah, it's funny. I saw a video of one of the trucks. They had mounted on a truck, talking about broken equipment. They had mounted on the truck when they were invading out Syria, a literal cannon, like a cannonball thing. Literal cannon mounted on a flatbed truck. And they were pulling the string and shooting cannons.
Right.
I mean,
It's hilarious.
yeah. All right. Well, that looks like all the tweets, and I posted my. Okay, just for the folks, for yourself, and for the folks out there. Okay, I posted my Substack under this thing, and then so what I'm doing basically is I'll have one document. I have it pinned to the top. I've only published one thing so far, and it's just going to be all of Trump's appointments, and I'm just going to constantly update it, even while he's in administration, for as long as it makes sense. And then, but the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do another post. Another post I'm going to create is sort of ways that individuals can help prepare themselves, like volunteer organizations they could join, training things they could take part in, everything from medical stuff to sort of bomb detection, any things that they can do to like help prepare for what's coming, supposedly. And then another Substack I'm going to do is sort of, I'm going to put down who's in control of the House, like the House of Representatives, maybe the Senate, like the Republican control, list like their positions. But basically what I'm going to do is, and I'm going to post, like, I'm going to start researching like the rules they operate under. And then once things pick up during the administration, once January 20th comes in, especially the first day, which is when this is going to start, I'm going to start posting like all the executive orders Trump is going to be doing. So I'll post that in like one big post, and then I'll do, and maybe I'll do some analysis on it. In other words, I'll read it so other people don't have to. And then we'll see. And then I'm going to be posting as the administration goes along. I'll be posting like bills from Congress, and like I'll try to read these long bills and post summaries and stuff. And so we'll see how much I'll do, and we'll see like how much, interest there is in what I'm doing. But we'll see, and so I have to balance all that stuff. But that's kind of the idea.
All right. So just make sure you post it, and then the individuals that are watching and hearing, because there's different. This is simulcast. Take a look at the links that we have for X Spaces to get to the Substack.
Yeah. Well, that's all I could think of, Paul, for today. But I thought it was a good time to reconnect and just say, hey, the drip that we predicted has started, but soon will be the faucet will flow. So.
Right. Okay.
Unfortunately.
Well, thank you for calling in. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you all the time. I always appreciate you, Paul, and I'll speak to you next time the stuff goes crazy again.
And that will probably be tomorrow.
Yeah. Right. Take care, Paul.
All right. Bye-bye. Okay. So, again, we're doing a live stream on YouTube. We're doing a live stream on Rumble with the market telemetry. That's the dashboard. And then you can do a call-in on X Spaces. It's a great way to participate. This is supposed to be interactive. Let me just do a recap on the market, the financial markets. So the S&P 500 is trading at 5,911. VIX is increasing, now it's at 18. So there's a little bit of stress in the market. There is a little bit of a sell-off in equities. Not too bad. Europe, the Euro USD currency trade is at 1.03. So the dollar relative to the euro is strengthening. Oil is trading at $74 a barrel and 35 cents. Bitcoin, BITO ETF long is trading at 23.41. The last I looked, I think Bitcoin was trading at 97, maybe $96,000 a coin. I'd have to look exactly. And the USD yen trade is trading at 157.75. So, you know, we have a little bit of a sell-off in the equity market. Everything's stable. It's nothing crazy. You know, again, it's only Tuesday. Before I jump into what Bloomberg is talking about, let me just plug 2 supplements here. Please help support my work and your health by getting the supplements that I offer on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The supplement that I'd like to talk about is Myotrol. Myotrol helps to build muscle and maintain muscle. It's for people that are older, but also people that are athletes. Okay, so if you're athletic, you're younger, you'll benefit from Myotrol. But if you're older, you gotta be careful that you don't atrophy and lose muscle mass. So you have to do some resistance training, you have to do exercising, right? And take supplements that will help maintain and build muscle. Myotrol will do that. It will also help with mitochondrial health. You need that because you need a lot of ATP to maintain muscle and build muscle. So go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get Myotrol. Make sure that you use discount 5, all caps, discount and the number 5, and you'll get $5 off. Another really important supplement that you should be taking on a regular basis is lignans. Now, lignans can bring down inflammation, and it's an antioxidant, so it's soaking up free radicals, and it'll help the immune system and your endocrine system. So please go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. I must have said that 1,000 times, maybe 2,000 times, maybe 3,000 times. All right, and get lignans. All right, you really need to take this. It's a powder. You mix it with food or just mix it with filtered water. Take it every day or regularly throughout the week and boost up your immune system. We are going through additional cases during the cold season. All right, so it behooves you to boost up your immune system and soak up those free radicals, bring down inflammation, right, and help your endocrine system out. It's dual purpose. So get the lignans, boost up your immune system. Cases are increasing, just like I said it would. Cases in December increased, cases in January are increasing, and what I'm noticing with people, with what they have, it's more closer to bronchitis / pneumonia type. All right, so just mitigate the problem by boosting up your immune system. And if you start feeling something, knock it out right away by some of the things that I've mentioned earlier in the video. All right, so another great supplement that I have, all right, that you should be taking, this is a great way to start getting healthy, is taking the Boomer Boost. It's a powder. It has 68 nutrients. I don't have time to read the whole profile, but you get a lot of stuff in this. You get a lot of vitamins, got a lot of minerals, you have lots of ingredients in here that will help with your health. Okay, now it's a powder. You mix it with filtered water or mix it with soft foods. I mix it with hummus. Some people mix it with yogurt. However you want to do it, make a smoothie, but take it every day. It's a great way to just take it as a lunch or as a breakfast. All right, you take 1 scoop a day and you get all these nutrients. It's going to help with your heart health. It's going to help with your brain health. It's neuroprotective. It's going to help with bringing down inflammation and, you know, building up energy levels. So you're going to bring up your ATP. So this is a great way to get healthy. All right. Again, use the discount 5, all caps. Get the Boomer Boost. This is an easy way to lose weight, get energy, get fit, and if you are working out, you're going to get you're fueling your workout with this. All right. So you're working out, you got the energy, you're building up muscle, right? You're getting healthier, you're building up stamina. This is a great way to do it. All right? Please, go to my website. Follow my advice. What I'm doing works. But you got to do it. You can't just sit there and go, maybe I'll do it. You got to work out a little bit. You got to sleep regularly. Good sleep, right? You got to take the supplements. You got to stretch. You got to do balancing exercises. You got to do a little bit of resistance training, a little bit of cardio. And when you do all these things, do the stretching, do the balancing. When you're doing this, you're going to improve your body. It's holistic. There's a great way to lose weight if you work out and you're taking this, right? But it's not just about losing weight. It's also about getting healthy and improving your brain and your heart health. So, you know, it's a great way to do it, and you can couple it with the barley. I'll mention the barley and the benefits of the barley after, you know, just dropping into Bloomberg here. Let's just figure out what Bloomberg is saying. No, they go into commercial right when I... All right, while they're in commercial, let me drop into CNN. This is about the Greenland and Donald Trump Jr. going there.
Donald Trump Jr., as we just said a few moments ago, just arrived in Greenland. Take a look at this. He posted this video from inside the cockpit as the plane approached the island. President-elect Trump has been floating the idea of the U.S. acquiring Greenland, which is a Danish territory. Greenland says their island is not for sale. CNN's Fred Pleitgen joins us now. Fred, what are officials in Denmark and Greenland saying about this visit?
Well, first of all, they've been saying for the last couple of years, ever since the first Trump administration, that Greenland is not for sale. They continue to say that as well. It's quite interesting to see that video of what they call Trump Force One descending there into New Greenland, which would appear to be a Trump action figure in the cockpit, on the cockpit dashboard there. We do have some sound actually now from Don Jr. after he landed in Greenland. He, of course, claimed that all of this is just a private visit, despite some of the talk from his father. Let's listen in.
We're a little pressed for time because we only have a couple hours of daylight, so we're going to see everything, but we're really excited to be here. Thank you guys so much. Just here as tourists, seeing it, looks like an incredible place. We've been talking about going for a while. I was actually supposed to be here last spring for some of the stuff I do in my free time, but just really excited to be here. Awesome country. The scenery coming in was just spectacular, so just very excited to be here. Thank you. It says hello. We were talking to him yesterday, so he says hello to everyone in Greenland.
Now, he was asked afterwards, after that took place, whether his father still wants to buy Greenland. He refused to answer that question. He simply sort of went on and left the terminal building there. But of course, we have heard on social media posts from the president-elect that he believes that having Greenland become part of the United States is, as he puts it, a necessity for the U.S. He also says he believes, or he has heard, that Greenlanders are MAGA, as he put it. And again, Jim, this is something that really stems from the first Trump administration, when at that point in time, he believed that acquiring Greenland was nothing more than a large real estate deal. Of course, both Greenland and Denmark see that very differently. Both of them have said that the island simply is not for sale, despite the fact that, of course, it is in a very strategic location. We do have to point out the U.S. does have substantial military assets on Greenland, like the Thule Air Base, but also a missile defense radar as well. Another thing that's very concerning for the U.S. is that the Chinese have also tried to get in on Greenland as well.
Denmark's foreign ministry says that Donald Trump Jr.'s trip is not an official visit, and he just said there that he was here just visiting in his free time. What do you know about why he is there?
Well, what I know about it is that my good friend has been in the U.S. and met with the Trump administration and knew about his private visit here, and he's chaperoning him right now. And as you probably know, Greenland's economy needs to be diversified. That's why we are building airports in Nuuk, Ilulissat, and Qaqortoq, where our civilization lives instead of the former U.S. air bases. So Donald Trump Jr. and even his father and other administration from the U.S. are extremely welcome here in Greenland as visitors, of course. And also maybe more officially in the future, indeed.
Well, you say that he's meeting Eric Jensen, the leader of your party, who you say, am I right in saying, has spent some time with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Who else will Donald Trump Jr. be meeting? Is it clear?
There's nothing official, no official meetings, only private meetings, I guess. So it's all the way up to Donald Trump Jr. to meet whoever he wants privately. And as far as I know, there's no official meetings at all. But yeah.
But you have suggested that there might be more official meetings in the future. Greenland's Prime Minister says the territory is, and I quote him here, not for sale and will never be for sale. How do you feel about Donald Trump suggesting that it might be for sale? He'd like to buy it as the US president.
Well, you know, what if people that are living in Greenland decide, you know what, we don't want the Danish anymore. We just want America. We want to be part of the land of the free and the home of the brave. Maybe there's going to be an uprising, peacefully, but maybe there's going to be an uprising that just forces the issue. Because I'll tell you, when it comes to Trump, it's chaos. And so you just can't use like just standard logic, all right? Because just chaos emerges and different dynamics. You just can't model, all right? And you got these libtards on CNN that think that they're going to be able to use some sort of Westphalian logic and say, well, these are the borders and they must be, you know, etched in stone. You know what? What if the will of the people in Greenland say, we don't want the old regime, we want something new, something brighter, something that has rock and roll and blue jeans?
Constituents feel about this matter?
Of course, we know about Donald Trump's rhetoric, and we absolutely understand that rhetoric. And it's about how you define what he's saying. In regards to controlling Greenland, we are, of course, aware of the geopolitical situation in the world. And we can see that with the Bitchute space base, which is a US air base in the North Greenland, should be quite important for the American security and also Canadian and Greenland and maybe also the world. That is absolutely true. So we understand that we need to protect this island and also our allies and North America. In regards to ownership, we can disagree here quite a lot because we are working on creating a sovereign country, which is Greenland, and we want to create the state of Greenland, but we would like to cooperate even with Denmark and the US, maybe in a double compact of free.
Instead of a territory, they establish themselves as a state and they get subsumed into the United States. I'm sure that if you went there and polled them, if you were a state, you know, would you like to be part of the United States, or would you be, you know, would you prefer some other European nation? And I'm pretty sure that majority of them would say, you know what, the United States seems like a great idea.
The free association agreement, but the main goal here.
Another thing is that Greenland needs greenbacks, right? And America can print lots of greenbacks out of the Federal Reserve.
There's a decision on what kind of state we would like to be, and also who we should cooperate with. And our nearest allies, which you know, we have been under the Danish realm for many years. They annexed us in 1953 without referendum. And of course, we would like to give the Greenlandic people the possibility of a referendum for independence or statehood or any kind of political organization.
It seems to me that you believe the United States can play a role in your party's and many in Greenland who support your party's ambitions for independence, correct? I mean, there are also a lot of minerals, there's a lot of resource underneath the country. At present, you depend on subsidies from Denmark.
Now, think about this for a sec. They got lots of resources. Really important metals, really important elements, especially with the technological age that we're in. Massive amounts of investment would come to Greenland if they were a state for the United States. Do you think massive amounts of investment in the order of Greenland if it was the Danish? Not so much. So the people in Greenland would benefit with aligning with the United States. And the way our system works, they would be a state. They would have control of their land through their own state constitution and then be wrapped up into the greater United States. The people would just benefit more. I mean, it's just, let's just face it, America's where it's at. It's not Europe.
Can you just sort of lay out for us what the sort of quid pro quo might be, more than just national security interests for the United States in a Trump administration helping you in your ambitions for independence?
Well, independence is a big word. So we are using statehood, or we are not.
Exactly, statehood. Now, would you prefer statehood with the Danish? Do you want Danish statehood, or do you want American statehood? And it makes more sense economically, in terms of national security. It's just a win-win for everybody if Greenland comes under the umbrella of the United States.
Here in Greenland, we know that we are not capable of defending our own island, or even keeping the sovereignty of the island with few people and with no military. So we need to cooperate with a bigger brother, if you can say that. And the United States is already.
And now, when it comes to 1984 and Big Brother, there's no brother bigger than the United States.
The Kingdom of Denmark is already here, but we need to diversify our economy and be economically self-sufficient. And that's why we are working on tourism, we are working on critical minerals, we are working on fisheries, we are working on sustainable energy supply to the rest of the world, and so forth. And we are open for business, and if Trump is talking about a real estate agreement, the US is renting a big area of land in North Greenland, and it should be just very normal to pay for that. So we would need our economy to add up so that we can have a good, prosperous Greenlandic people here in Greenland.
You suggest very briefly that Eric Jensen, the leader of your party, is meeting Donald Trump Jr. in his capacity as a private citizen and as a visitor, and he's meeting him, he's showing him around. But do you understand whether or not there have been conversations about a Trump administration reaching out further and taking a more active role in Greenland's future? I mean, the reason I ask this is that many people are suggesting that this is overreach on the part of the president-elect in suggesting he'd like to buy Greenland. Others suggesting this is just bluster from a man who will be president in less than 2 weeks. What's your sense?
Well, in regards to meeting our chairman of the party, Wood, Eric Jensen, is misinformation. So that has no hold in reality at all. And as far as I know, there are no political meetings with Donald Trump Jr. He's visiting on a private matter here in Greenland. And as I said in the beginning, we are of course also open to a more official meetings in the future when President-elect has been inaugurated, and we have shown. We have
I
seen
know
this,
the ultimate troll event that could happen is that Elon Musk buys Greenland. And then the libtards would just freak out.
Social media posts, and we of course interpret them in different kinds of ways, but according to what kind of rhetoric he has been showing in the past, we are absolutely ready and easy in regards to maybe negotiating with the US in the future when Greenland has decided on what to become an independent or what kind of state we want to be.
Okay.
Donald Trump Jr.
So that's CNN's coverage on the whole Greenland trip by Trump Jr. Let me talk about the barley. I have two types of barley, and you can take them separately or you can take them with the Boomer Boost. All right, so let's talk about just the barley. I have it in Gladiator barley or in heirloom barley. Now, some people would say, what's the difference? Well, the difference is this. Gladiator will help to improve strength, build muscle, it'll reduce inflammation, and soak up free radicals using superoxide dismutase. Okay? So you're going to improve your immune system by reducing inflammation, you're going to soak up free radicals, but Gladiator barley works really well when you work out and you're trying to improve your strength and build muscle. All right? This also is synergistic with Myotrol. The heirloom barley helps to detoxify your body, but it also brings down inflammation and soaks up free radicals using superoxide dismutase. Okay, so if you want to detoxify your body, take the heirloom barley. If you want to build some muscle and you're working out, or you're older and you've been atrophying and you want to, build some muscle, take the Gladiator barley. All right, this is a protein. All right, and it's very powerful because this is high quality barley. It's energy dense barley. Way better than any regular barley that you're buying at Whole Foods or wherever, all right? Because this stuff is heirloom, all right? This is very nutritious and energy dense compared to the crap that you buy from the store, all right? Now, it works really well when you couple it with the Boomer Boost, all right? So if you want to build muscle, and you want to fuel your body with all the nutrients that you need for the day, a great way to do it is to take the Boomer Boost and mix it with a couple scoops, small scoops of barley. Okay? And when you do that every day, and you do a little bit of resistance training, or let's say you're an athlete and you're working out, you're going to notice huge gains in fitness. You're gonna get stronger, all right? You're gonna feel better. And again, the Boomer Boost helps with your cardiovascular and your brain health, and helps with overall body health and more energy. But Gladiator will help with building strength, and it's synergistic. It works really well with the Boomer Boost, all right? Now, if you're an athlete and you really want to get that muscle gain, stack it also with Myotrol. Now, with heirloom barley, this is going to detoxify your body, but also bring down inflammation, help with your immune system, soak up free radicals. And you can mix it with the Boomer Boost that way. And this would be a great stack for getting healthy and detoxifying your body. All right, so many ways to use this. You can use them individually or you can stack it. All right, now if you're gonna stack it, I've created a box called the Longevity Boost Box, where you get the Boomer Boost and your choice of the barley, either the heirloom barley or the Gladiator barley. All right, and that way it's at a discount, and then you can apply an additional discount of discount 5, all caps, and it's a great way to get healthy. I want you to get healthy. It's 2025. All right, get healthy. It's the beginning of the year. This is a perfect way to like go, okay, I'm gonna start this protocol, I'm gonna take the advice, and I'm gonna try it for a year. And so you do this, all right? And look in 2026 and the gains that you've gained in strength and in health, right? You most likely will lose weight too. But you know, the thing is that you have to take charge of your health, right? So it's the beginning of the year. Do it. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get either the Boomer Boost, the heirloom barley, or the Gladiator barley. Buy them separately or buy them together, you know, in the longevity boost box. A great way to get healthy. All right. I mean, you just go on my website and take a look at the label for the boost, and this is a meal. All right. You want to save some money? It's cheaper to take this Boomer Boost for 1 month for breakfast. You'll save money and lose weight and get healthy. So it's like a triple, you know, a triple play, right? So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get healthy. All right. I have many ways that you can do it at so many different price points. All right. So go to the store, get the Boomer Boost, get the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley, get healthy. And you can stack it with a bunch of other stuff that I've been talking about. And again, if you are into working out, you're into fitness, or you're an athlete, the Gladiator barley is really good for strength gains, muscle gains, and getting the nutrients you need to fuel for recovery. The Boomer Boost is perfect for you. Okay, with that said, I've been going for over 5 hours. You know, my shows are actually a little bit longer than Alex Jones's shows. Alex Jones talks for about 3 hours, right? And these shows are now getting to 5 hours long. Yeah. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching on YouTube. Thank you for watching on Rumble. Thank you for listening on X Spaces. It's supposed to be interactive for the ones that are watching. You know, please don't be afraid to get on X Spaces and ask questions or just tell me what you think. It's supposed to be interactive. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.